Well, it's definitely a very good morning to all, and we wish that it's definitely a good day for each one of us. And meanwhile, at the capacity of the convener of this TEDP, I definitely thankful for all the participants joining us so timely so that we can start this session. And meanwhile, we understand that we are having a very tough situation around us, and over these situations, the peoples are cooperating. Our speakers are cooperating to us, and as well as our participants are cooperating, because we understand how much tough the situation is about in nearby your surrounding. So that every day we are getting this such kind of a problem, and extremely thankful and my sincere gratitude to us today's eminent speakers, and as well as all the participants, those are with us today. And still, we are making an unstoppable India. The things are there which are trying to pause us, but still we are working hard. We are moving ahead. And this is one of the safest mode in which we people are working, interacting, generating, and igniting the ideas. We are not stopped here. We are working, we are thinking, we are interacting, everything we are just doing up here for the development of the society as well as our own self. So this is definitely a very wonderful and great platform. So I request core committee members to reignite the peoples to kindly join us as soon as possible. So we can, as our today's eminent speaker has already joined to us, so we can start the session approximately 10:05. Meanwhile, at the capacity of the convener of this TEDP, so I must inform you that definitely it's a very Herculean task. And this is our third series of the fund we have received from the DST, Departments of Science and Technology, under the NSTEDB, National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board. So Ministry of Education is just taking care of the development of the entrepreneurial activities at the India itself. And central government is thinking upon that more number of the entrepreneurs would be generated in the upcoming next decade. So with this sheer motive, we at the Tirthankar Mahavir University feeling a proud privileged that we are serving the society under the Atmanirbhar mission. So we are extremely thankful for the Ministry of Education. Those really trusted on us, and people trusted on us and given an opportunity to organize such a big event. So if I talk about the technology-based entrepreneurship development program, it is one of the biggest faculty development program or the entrepreneurship development program. We have started this program on 20th of December and having this session up to the 1st Feb 2022. So completely 36 days, and every day we have 2 sessions, 72 sessions are there. So many eminent speakers are there. And when I just see this banner on my screen, so I'm thankful for the co-convener of this TEDP, Dr. Gulista Khan, for showing us every day that how many good peoples we have here. So what kind of a galaxy we have created. So this is absolutely wonderful for us that we started the day from the inaugural and having 18th day. So we have almost completed half of the journey. And this is definitely a very wonderful day for us, that completion with the 50%, the midway we are, and at the midway, we are having a 2 eminent administrator from the Tirthankar Mahavir University who are going to support us. Although their supports are inevitable, and from the very first day and at the time of the applying of all these, the administrative authorities are supporting us very nicely. And because of that, we are trying to just make the flagship of Tirthankar Mahavir University at all around the nation. That at the north region, we are the one who are collecting the people from east, west, north, and south. So the speakers and the participants we have collected from each part of the India. And this is definitely known that Tirthankar Mahavir University is serving wonderfully in the direction of the development of the society as well. So entrepreneurial activity is one of the great area in which the skill development is required. And now with the motive that it is possible for us, like we would be able to generate such kind of a skilled peoples, those would create a certain kind of a beneficial activities at their respective venues. Meanwhile, if we think upon that, if this FDP is not only important for the people, those are being generated as a skilled people, like they are also capable to generate such kind of a good certifications. So if they belongs to academics, so everywhere, whether it is any kind of a venture created by Ministry of Education or IIC cells, MIC, Ministry of Education Innovation Cell, those are working in this direction and looking to find out that how many people are there in academic institutions, those are skilled one. So Tirthankar Mahavir University is catering people to come up and get this particular certification, because 36 days certification, which is DST sponsored and STEDB sponsored, is highly valuable and credible in your academic career. So the second great advantage we are providing here. And third, most important, if you see here on the banner, then how many good peoples are there? We started from the ISRO. We have the peoples from the Tirthankar Mahavir University, the great administrators. We have peoples from the NVIDIA. It means we have the peoples from the like companies, industries, which is globally known, and they are definitely pioneers in their field. So we have the peoples from ISRO, we have peoples from the NVIDIA, we have people, the great academician, we have peoples from the management itself. So that kind of a combination we are putting up on a common platform. So the third biggest advantage what we are paying is absolutely creating a good network. So at this platform, I definitely request and announce this thing. The participant, those are working, even you're working in Gujarat, you're working in South. If you have a certain idea, come up with your ideas. We have a TMU Business Incubation Center itself under the government recognition of the UP state. So we are working in this innovation areas. You come up with your ideas. We are here to provide a wonderful networking platform. You put up your ideas, we support you in your ideas. We have a great people's, great expert committee members are there. They can easily help you to connect and definitely give a certain kind of a boost in a direction you're looking for. So that is also a wonderful advantage of joining this TEDP. So with all these words, I'm extremely thankful, and definitely we'll start this TEDP. So just as I am a speaker, I suppose I've joined. So well, it's definitely I'm thankful, and initially just giving all the objectives here. And meanwhile, our today's eminent speaker and definitely our highly dynamic and young and our great personality, Dr. Aditya Sharma, who is the registrar of the Tirthankar Mahavir University, has joined us, and we welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us timely, and we understand how much tough situation right now you are having, and you're not so well, you informed us, but still you are paying your commitment. That's definitely very first step we need to learn. This is exactly the one thing. So by your simple and natural gesture, you have just given us a good key mantra that stay on your commitment. So thankful for you, and soon in the next 2 minutes we are going to start this session. Our principal sir is also trying to join us, but because of some technical issues he's unable to connect with us. So I request technical team support to kindly just call in the background and ask principal sir to join. Meanwhile, I request Pradeep Kumar Verma, coordinator of the TEDP, to be ready with our video, which to be shown on this particular platform, which is related with this achievement of the Tirthankar Mahavir University and Faculty of Engineering and Computing Sciences. Pradeep Kumar Verma, sir, be ready with the video. Once I'll just announce, kindly start it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry for a little delay, because we are expecting our principal sir will join us in a minute. Thank you for sir being patient. Thank you. Meanwhile, I request Gulista ma'am, co-convener of this TEDP, kindly help principal sir to join. And similarly, I request to technical backend and the front end team to help him to join us so that we can start the session timely. So meanwhile, again at the capacity of this convener of this TEDP, sir, I must inform to today's eminent speaker that so we have like a combination of the participant from all over the India. We have the peoples belongs to medical field itself. The peoples those have joined this TEDP belongs to medical. They are from the management part. They are from the engineering part. It means all kind of a backgrounds are there. They are somewhere working as a doctor. They are working as an academicians. So we have a mixed match of the peoples those have joined this TEDP. And we understand that 36 days is a very long period. So those are working at their respective venues. It's tough for them to stay every day for the 3.5 hours and still they are paying. So this is definitely wonderful part at the side of the participant. And as well as we are like restricted, although the NSTADB says that only create at your venue only 25 to 30 people in a lot. So they says that only 25 to 30 people need to be converted into a skill when you are just running up this kind of a program. But we took an advantage that we are running this program as online. So we allowed a little more participants to come up with us and get great benefits there. So this is one of the things. So I request co-convener of this TEDP, Gulista ma'am, can you let us confirm once the principal sir has joined to us?
Yeah, I joined in fact.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, we were highly concerned of your joining and we were waiting eagerly to get joined. So I request to co-convener of this TEDP and today's moderator, Dr. Garima Goswami, kindly proceed for the session.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Am I audible? Yeah. A very warm welcome and good morning to one and all present over here. Respected Director, sir, Professor R.K. Dwivedi, sir. Respected eminent speaker, registrar, dynamic registrar, Dr. Aditya Sharma, sir. All the participants from various universities and institutions and all faculty members over here. So I express a warm welcome and very good morning to all of you in this 36 days TEDP, that is DST sponsored TEDP program. And I'm very thankful to you, sir, that I'm very thankful to both of us, sir, director, sir, and also registrar, sir, in spite of being not able to join physically. We know that you're not okay, you're not fine physically, but still you have joined us, you have given your valuable time to us. I'm very thankful to both of you, sir. Thank you so much. So it's not, I'm not able to speak so much about our registrar, sir, but in few words, I want to give some brief profile of sir. Dr. Aditya Sharma, sir, is having 16 years of experience in successfully handling various kind of universities functions, knowledgeable about related regulations and best practices, eager to help stakeholders and other staff efficiently and with upbeat attitude. With strategic management goes above and beyond basic administrative and managerial tasks and takes on multiple projects at once. Excellent work ethic and strength in boosting organization morale, a strong track record of reviewing and assessing process and implementing continuous improvement initiatives to streamline office operations. He is having a lot of working responsibilities and like design and development of curriculum on CBCS pattern with multidisciplinary and holistic education approach. Implementation of outcome-based education, OBE, using Bloom's taxonomy. Academic auditing UGC 12B, NAC accreditation systems and processes. Design and development of academic ordinance based upon NEP 2020 and CBCS. He is having the main key areas of work like strategic management and academic governance. He is having a lot of trainings programs also like certified capacity building trainer by Bosch Skill India, certified innovation ambassador trainer foundation level by Ministry of Education's Education Cell and AICTE Government of India. Is having many certification programs also, like Executive Development Program on Digital Marketing and Social Media Strategy from IIM Raipur, Executive Development Program on Strategy Management from IIM Kashipur, Certificate Course on Conflict Management from University System of Maryland, USA, Certificate Course on Entrepreneurship from University System of Maryland, USA. So, sir, I'm restricted with the time. It's not possible to express your whole profile in this short duration of time. So, not wasting much time, I just request our director, sir, to say a few words for us. Thank you, sir. Please.
Dr. Pankaj?
Yes, sir, please.
I request that if you could play that video of
Yes, sir.
achievements of Tirthankar Mahavir University of year 2021.
Our pleasure, sir. Our pleasure.
Then I'll speak. That
Requested to kindly display
incorporates the
video.
contribution of Dr. Aditya, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and our team of Faculty of Engineering and CCSIT. So I request first you play that video of year 2021, please.
Pradeep Verma sir is requested to kindly play the video and respond. Yes. Thank you.
Success is a journey, not a destination. Faculty of Engineering and Computing Sciences, since inception,
Yeah, it
has
is
been
visible, but it's
immensely
not audible.
contributing to
Pradeep
the
sir,
nation
kindly
building by
Sir, it's audible. It's visible and audible both.
And check the sound box.
providing intellect talent, possessing latest
First,
analytical design, practical and managerial skills. The college has been continuously moving ahead on the road of success and adding laurels to its reputation. The year 2021 is no exception to this. The year was undoubtedly an unprecedented year due to COVID-19 pandemic. Notwithstanding the testing time, the institute lingered committed to keep the momentum going on all the fronts while adhering to the safety precaution. Our students marked their footprints of success into all sectors, including government, private or public, to serve the nation in numerous capacities. The competent faculty members, along with the state-of-the-art infrastructure, in conjunction with value addition courses, international collaboration and internship program, evolved them as a two technocrats and entrepreneur. Our alumni have carved out a niche for themselves as assets to the organization they are associated with. This fact is reinforced by the zealous response that the college received even during this tough time of pandemic from the corporate world in the form of placement. The year brought a proud moment for everyone associated when TMU received 12B status from UGC and became 5th private university to earn this status in UP. The year recorded a consistent improvement in the institute ranking. The college has been ranked on national level by CSR GHRDC, DataQuest, Digital Learning, and second rank for IEEE Activity-Based Incentive Award 2021, 4-star performance rating for undertaking various activities prescribed by Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell. Faculty of Engineering got acknowledged as Promising Institute, whereas College of Computing Science and Information Technology as Performer Institute under technical category of ARIA ranking 2021. FOECS acted as a nodal center for Toykathon. Many other events added more glory to the prestige of the college. Notable among them are National Education Conclave, 2 weeks FDP, 4 weeks WEDB, 6 weeks TEDP, sponsored by Department of Science and Technology, 10th International Conference on System Modeling and Advancement in Research Trend, National Conference of Department of Civil Engineering and Mechanical Engineering, Department of Physics, Chemistry, Maths, and Department of Humanities. Many cultural events, seminars, webinars, expert talks, and convocations. The college expresses heartfelt gratitude towards Shri Suresh Jain Ji, Honorable Chancellor TMU, for his blessings, and sincere regards to Shri Manish Jain, Group Vice Chairman, and Shri Akshat Jain, esteemed member TMU Board of Governance, for their all-time guidance and encouragement. We would like to put in record sincere gratitude towards Professor Raghuveer Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Aditya Sharma, Registrar, and Dr. Manjula Jain, Associate Dean, for providing necessary support and motivation for every so often. Under the worthy guidance of Professor Dwivedi, the college has been soaring higher and touching the zenith of success. The efforts got acknowledged and brought in its trail Principal Excellence Award and Iconic Principal Award 2021. The college has a proud record of Wipro certified faculty members. Our student of BSc Maths became university winner in Brain Manthan 2021. The more we succeed, the more we want to succeed, and the more we find a way to succeed. Still, we have miles to go. Faculty of Engineering and Computing Sciences wishing you all a very happy and prosperous New Year 2022. Success is a journey, not a destination.
It's a great video. Thank you very much, Pradeep sir, for showing this wonderful video. We definitely ignite ourselves and re-excited and having like the goosebumps that we did a lot, and 2022 is there to do a lot under the visionary leadership of our director sir, our registrar sir, honorable vice chancellor, and definitely the great colossal Shri Suresh Jain sir, honorable chancellor of Tirthankar Mahavi University. So now I request our definitely a visionary leader, Professor R.K. Dwivedi sir, to just welcome our today's eminent speaker.
Good morning, Dr. Aditya. Good morning to all participants.
Good morning, sir. कैसी तबीयत है आपकी?
Aditya is having a never say die spirit approach, and I appreciate, irrespective of all odds, you are going and keep going. This is the beauty. हजारों उलझने राहों में और कोशिशें बेहिसाब, इसी का नाम है जिंदगी, चलते रहिए जनाब. I appreciate your zeal, your temperament, your contribution towards academics and towards TMU. As you witnessed small video of year 2021, my warm welcome to you as a today's resource person of this 36 days technology oriented this entrepreneurship development program. This year 2021 is definitely a super special year for TMU, and your contribution is undoubtedly wonderful. Because एक शेर बोलना चाहूंगा, थोड़ा सा informal है, लेकिन that contributes. मैं दिया हूं, मेरी फितरत है उजाला करना. This is your characteristics. This is your characteristics. मैं दिया हूं, मेरी फितरत है उजाला करना, और वो समझते हैं मैं मजबूर हूं जलने के लिए. So keep going, keep this flame up. We have a wonderful year 2021, and we expect much better 2022, because the team which formed by you and Vice Chancellor sir and Chancellor sir is really doing well, and I hope this COVID pandemic has affected many of us, and this is continued, but by the grace of God, I hope things will settle down soon. Thank you. I salute your temperament. All the best for today's session.
Thank you very much, sir, for just giving a wonderful description of
our today's eminent speaker. Thank you.
Our today's eminent speaker.
Thank you for your... screen visible hai?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Absolutely visible.
Thank you, Principal sir. Thank you for आपने ज़्यादा ही तारीफ कर दी, taking this what you have been doing. I congratulate your entire team for all the achievements you have during 2021, and another star year for you and your team. So, as we know that today's topic is negotiation and networking. So when the word negotiation and networking comes to our mind, we hear this word, the very first thing which comes to our mind is that I'm sorry, I think there's some connectivity issue. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible, but I suppose there's a internet bandwidth is low at your side. So we can
Yeah, I also observed, because sometimes this staggering problem is occurring with the voice of sir.
So sir, it could be better without video. If you just
मेरे
come
ख्याल
up
से
with
मैं
a-
वीडियो बंद कर देता हूँ।
हाँ सर, उससे फिर बैंडविड्थ आपको अच्छा मिल जाएगा। बिल्कुल।
अभी आवाज ठीक है?
सर अभी बिल्कुल क्लियर है, थैंक यू।
ठीक, तो अभी आवाज क्लियर है, चलो, थैंक यू। So today's topic is negotiation and networking. So when we hear the word negotiation and networking, the very first thing which comes to our mind as an entrepreneur, to understand the concept of negotiation. Why is it important for an entrepreneur to understand the significance of networking? How networking is going to play an important role in the journey of a venture, and how the negotiation is going to have a positive impact or is going to contribute for the growth and development of any venture for an entrepreneur. So these are the things which very naturally comes to the mind why we are talking about these two terms. The reason is that these are ventures considered as one of the most critical and very important skills for any entrepreneur for his venture. Why? The thing is that this is the fact that the world in which we are living is characterized by scarcity. Why I'm saying that it is characterized by scarcity? It is because the resources which are available here in this world, in the real world, are not always enough. See, for example, if I'm in the position of one or the other resource, the other person may not be in the position of that resource. For example, as an entrepreneur, I may be having good land, but I may not be having, so the human resource is not available to me. I may be lacking the human resource. So this is how, so I need to understand the concept of negotiation and networking, and how can I use these two things in getting the resources, right kind of resources for my venture. So we need to understand this fact, and we need to accept this fact that the real world is characterized by the scarcity. There are never enough resources to meet everyone's needs. So in this world, to be successful, people must bargain with one another to gather, allocate, and mobilize the resources. So negotiation and networking are the two skills which makes the entrepreneur in gathering and allocating and mobilizing these resources. So this is the reason that being an entrepreneur, why we need to understand the important thing is that when we hear the word negotiation, a very natural thing which comes to the mind is that there is an undercurrent of conflict which two or more parties are trying to maximize their benefits. So again, this fact gives you the idea that resources more to run the venture again with one another together. Now, moving further, I'll first start with the networking skills. What is networking? Networking is something which is defined as the art and practice of attending social events and connecting with individuals who may be able to assist with the entrepreneurial venture. So when we talk about this networking, again, the question that comes to the mind is that being an entrepreneur, what are the reasons? What are the variety of the reasons I need to use I need to own up these skills. I need to practice these networking skills. Why I need to learn to practice these networking skills. There are four main basic reasons that being an entrepreneur, one needs to develop, one needs to nurture, one needs to practice these networking skills. Number one reason is business. Number two is new employees and other human resources. Number three is learning new ways of doing things, because learn a lot of new ways of doing the things. So number three is learning new ways of doing things. Number four is obtaining resources. As I mentioned earlier, that there is always a scarcity of the resources. It is a networking which helps us in obtaining the resources such as money, such as office space, telephone systems, IT infrastructure, and many. So, is my voice clear to everyone?
Yes, sir, it is audible, perfectly audible now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, so in nutshell, what we can say is that being an entrepreneur, the reason why I need to develop my social network, because the social network, it gives me a means to gain support, knowledge, and access to distribution channels. So again, I emphasize on my same point that being an entrepreneur, one needs to develop networking skills, because it is the skills wherein you are connecting with the people, with the individual who may be able to assist you in your entrepreneurial venture. These are the skills which helps you in acquiring the business. These are the skills which help you in finding new employees and other human resource. These are the skills which helps you learn new ways of doing the same things. So these are the skills. So when we talk about these learning, these networking skills and the significance of these networking, motivation phase, planning phase, and establishment phase. These three phases, the significant, the kind of effort, effort and the amount of time we need to put in developing our social network depends upon the phase of our venture development. Like when we phase, herein we have the initial idea, we develop the business, we seek the knowledge and resources venture. While in the establishment phase, we mutually we and run the venture. So these are the three phases which decides how much effort and time you need to put in developing your social network. So before I move on to social developing, for talking on the social network, we need to understand there are two important characteristics of any social network. One is the size of the social network. Another is the positioning of the social network. So when I'm saying that this is different phases of any venture development decides how much time and effort you are putting in developing your social network or in developing the size of your social network. It is the nature of that particular phase. It is a requirement of that particular phase which decides how much effort you are putting in. Like when I talk about the motivation phase, wherein you are nurturing your initial idea, you are developing the business concept. There you have least requirement of the social network, and you put as an entrepreneur, you put least time and you put least effort in developing a social network. But when it comes to the planning phase, wherein you are resources which are required to launch your venture, you need to do a lot of effort. You need to put in a lot of effort and invest in time in developing your network, in developing your social network, and increasing the size of your social network. Increasing the size of your social network. Similarly, in the phase 3, when you are in the establishment phase, wherein when you are actually establishing and running your venture, comparatively, in comparison to the planning phase, you put less effort. You need to put comparatively lesser time. You need to invest lesser time in developing the size of your social network. So this is how the different phases of any venture development decides how much time you need to put in developing your social network, in developing the size of the social network. Another important thing, when you are in the planning phase of your venture development, the size of the network, when you talk about the size of the network, here and again an important thing comes, a concept comes called the social capital. So when you are in the planning phase, when you are gathering the resources to launch your venture, you come across number of people, you come across number of individuals, you come across number of organizations or vendors who can help you in launching your venture. Sort of contacts you develop out of the really assisting you or assisting you becomes your social capital. So the web of contacts that help bring about the success for you is your social capital. So planning phase is the most important phase of any venture development, which decides which decides how much effort and time you need to invest in. And during this phase, it is a time which you have invested in developing your network size is going to decide the success of your venture when you actually establish and run it. But at the same time, when we have launched the venture, when we have established the venture, then how much time we are putting in maintaining our in maintaining SAM. I'm sorry, I think ये थोड़ा नेटवर्क का इशू है. अभी मैं कहां तक आप मेरे को सुन पाए थे?
Yes, sir. It's definitely a network issue. आपने ये basically motivation phase की आप बात कर रहे थे, उसके बाद से फिर glitches आते गए थे.
अच्छा, तो मैं मोटिवेशन फेज से ही स्टार्ट करता हूं दोबारा.
जी जी प्लीज.
Okay. So, we need to understand the different how the different phases of venture development are important for practicing these networking skills. We know that in different any venture has got different phases during its journey. Like here we have for a development of any venture, it has 3 phases: motivation phase, planning phase, establishment phase. Motivation phase is the phase wherein you develop the initial idea, you have the initial idea, you nurture it, and you develop the business concept around it. While the planning phase is the phase wherein you as an entrepreneur seek the knowledge venture. While the establishment phase is the one where you actually establish and run the am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You're
Okay.
audible.
So establishment phase is the phase where you actually establish and run the venture. So the nature of these 3 different phases decides how much time and effort you need to invest in your network, network. Now, when we talk about the social network, which we need to understand, and we need to understand, and these are the size of the social network and the positioning of the social network, or our own position in our social network. So these are the 2 important characteristics which needs to be taken into consideration while understanding the concept of developing the networking skills, or or understanding how much time and effort you need to put in developing your network, developing your social network, the size of your social network. Likewise, when you are in the motivation phase of your venture, wherein you are nurturing your initial idea and developing the business concept, you do not require actually much of the people or individual or any much of the support during the motivation phase. So you put, as an entrepreneur, you need to put least time and effort in the motivation phase of your venture development. But when you come to the planning phase, wherein you are you are required to gain knowledge, you seek knowledge, you seek different resources which are actually required to launch your venture. You put, as an entrepreneur, you put a lot of time, invest a lot of time, you put a lot of effort in developing your social network. You enhance your social network, wherein you come across with various kinds of individuals, organizations, vendors, depending upon your requirement, depending upon the nature of the business concept which you have developed, and the nature of the venture you want to launch. Now, when you enter into the establishment phase, wherein you are actually establishing your venture and running the venture, you need to put completely less time, you need to put lesser effort in developing the size. In establishment phase, rather, what is more required is that you need to maintain your social network. You need to spend most of your time in maintaining network. So for any entrepreneurial journey, these things shows that how important the social network is for the success of any entrepreneur. So in other words, we can say that Networking is a deliberate act on the part of the entrepreneur to increase their social capital and to improve the position within the social network. So this is about, and another important concept when we talk about the social capital. Social capital means it's a web of contact. It's a web of contact web of contact that helps you bring about the success. So for example, if you come across 100 individuals or 100 vendors in developing in developing your social network, and out of these 100 you see that only 20 or 25 are really able to provide you the right kind of resource, the right kind of knowledge to you for launching your venture. So these 20-25 networks, these individuals these contacts becomes your social capital, right? So this is how and during the establishment phase, what is most required is that we need to maintain, as an entrepreneur, we need to maintain this social capital. We need to strengthen the social capital during the establishment phase of our venture. Now, another important aspect which comes to the mind that what are the objectives of networking? When we talk about the objectives of networking, when we talk about the objectives of networking, what we need to understand is that networking is, as I said earlier, that you go out, you meet with the people, you attend these social events, and you connect with the individuals. But many a times when you are going out and attending the social events related with your industry, related with your profile, you do not attend, many a times do not attend those events with a purpose in your mind. What is that you go out and attend those events because you think that the right kind of people are attending those events, so I should also go out and attend those events. Now what happens is that when you often attend industry-linked social functions or events based upon your thought process that right kind of people are attending, so I should also attend, what you are coming across is that many a times what happens that you come across, you find something that maybe you may be requiring in the future, and you were not thinking about it right now when you were attending those events. So this is something called serendipity. So with this serendipitous with the objective of this serendipitous encounter, many a times with this thought process we go out and we attend those social events, and many a times we out of nothing we come across many contacts which proves to be of importance and use to us in our future. So when we talk about attending such social events, we have this thing in our mind that many a times we are attending such events only because we feel that the right kind of people are attending such events. So as a part of the networking, we need to understand that there are two important concepts or the objectives of these networking. One is establishing the key contacts. Another thing is developing common ground into a mutually beneficial business relationship. So when we talk about establishing key contacts, it is not always that as an entrepreneur, you are going out, you are contacting the people, you develop your social capital, you develop your social network, and you are taking the things. No, it's not always about taking the resources from your social network or from your contacts. It's also about giving back to that network. So as an entrepreneur, if you want to strengthen your social capital, what you need to do is that you must always readily offer support, advice, and required information to other people who are seeking to build their network. So those who are coming in your network, you must also reciprocate the way your network has given to you. So that is that is important objective. One of the objectives of networking, that is establishing the key contacts. Another important objective of networking is developing common ground into a mutually beneficial business relationship, and that requires negotiation skills. So here comes the negotiation. Negotiation is what? Negotiation is a process wherein two or more parties attempt to reach to an acceptable agreement in a situation which is characterized by some level of real or potential disagreement. So in entrepreneurial ventures, negotiations can and regularly do take place between individuals, between an individual and a group or an organization, and between organizations. So we as an entrepreneur, as we talked about the networking, negotiation skills are equally important, because in networking, what we are doing, that as I mentioned earlier, that one of the key objective of the networking is to develop a common ground into a mutually beneficial business. So when you come across people, when you are there in your network, as I said earlier, the objective of the network is to gather the knowledge, is to gather the resources, is to share the resources. So when you are in a state of bargaining, when you come across gathering the resources from your network, you also come across the people wherein people might be having resources or more power than you. So you come across such situations wherein either you may have a perceived disagreement, or there may be a real disagreement, or there may be a potential disagreement. So therein comes the role of your negotiation skills. So as an entrepreneur, one needs to learn these negotiation skills. One needs to understand the concept. One needs to understand the significance of negotiation skills. We know that this is the fact that as an entrepreneur in our nearly everyday life, because the environment in which we are working is characterized by scarcity, we, as I mentioned very early, we need to negotiate every day, because the environment in which we are working, the real world, is always having the scarcity. How it is? Like as an entrepreneur, for example, as an entrepreneur, I may need to negotiate with the potential employees to join my firm. I may be having the limitation with the resources for the salary. So in such situation, as an entrepreneur, I negotiate with the employees, with the prospective employees, for job titles. I promise them for a potential exciting future. These are the things wherein I negotiate with the prospective employees. Similarly, if I'm looking out for the office space, I negotiate with the landlords for the office space with no little operating history to provide confidence to the landlord. As an entrepreneur, one must negotiate for lease term that meets the need of both the landlord as well as the entrepreneur. And so this is one example. Another example we can take, wherein we see that there is scarcity of the resources. Like as an entrepreneur, we negotiate with the angels and venture capitalists to obtain money for our ventures. To run our venture, when we are launching it, before we launch the venture, we require some capital, we require certain amount of funds, we require certain amount of money. So to get that money, we go out and we negotiate with the angel, we negotiate with the angel capitalist, we negotiate with the venture capitalist. So similarly, another example is that because the new ventures have limited capital, so as the entrepreneur negotiate with individuals, entrepreneur negotiate with certain farms or with certain vendors for capital and motivate those farms or those investors to invest in his or her own venture. So, so similarly, you in your entrepreneurial journey, you come across many examples, you come across many situations wherein you negotiate with the people, which includes even your customers, vendors, suppliers, and investors. So this is the why I'm talking about is that this is the significance and importance of learning the negotiation skills for an entrepreneur. So as an entrepreneur, one needs to learn, one needs to practice these negotiation, because in everyday life, you'll come across scarcity of one or the other resource, and you need to negotiate with the individuals, with the organization, with the vendor in your network, right? So when we talk about negotiation, regardless of the nature of the venture we have, regardless of the context, regardless of the nature of the of our social capital, or regardless of the nature of the social network, there are 4 basic elements of negotiation which everyone needs to understand. One needs to understand, and these 4 basic elements are: number 1 is interdependence, number 2 is conflict, number 3 is opportunistic interaction, number 4 is possibility of agreement. When we talk about interdependence, some degree of interdependence always exists among negotiating parties. Likewise, each party is in one way or the other way is affected by or depends on the other party. So there is always an interdependence interdependence on each other. Whenever in our social network we come across people, and we find, especially when we talk about the social capital, it is the fact that there is always an interdependence of one party over the other party, because as I said earlier, that there is always a scarcity of the resources. One party may be in possession of one resource, another party may be in possession of the other resource. So there is a scarcity of the resource. So to run your venture, you need certain things from other party, and the other party needs something from you. So there is always an interdependence, and we need to understand this concept that there is always an interdependence on each other. Both the parties require something out of it. So before we are going for negotiation, we need to understand this thing. We need to keep this thing in our mind, that both the parties require both the parties are interdependent, and both the parties are interdependent, and definitely when both the parties are interdependent, there is going to be an agreement at one or the other level while you are negotiating. Number 2 element of the negotiation which we need to understand is that the conflict. In many negotiation settings, some degree of conflict, as I said earlier, some degree of conflict exists between the parties. This undercurrent of this conflict can be the real one, or it can be a perceived one. Each party wants either something the other has or a part of some resource that is common to both. And when such situation arises, there is possibility of having a real kind of conflict between the 2 parties, or there can be a perceived conflict. So when there is a conflict, one needs to understand and accept this fact that there can be a conflict, and while negotiating, one needs to prepare himself on such points where as an entrepreneur, you can have conflict with the party with whom you are going to negotiate, and how you can resolve those conflicts that you need to think about before you go for negotiation. Another third important element of the negotiation is the opportunistic interaction. As I said, that negotiation comes in when you are having a network, you are negotiating for resource sharing. So when it comes to resource sharing, in negotiation, you make attempts to influence and persuade the other party. So what is happening, that that each party is believing that there is an opportunity for its efforts to be successful in order to for it what it wants from the other party when it is entering into the negotiation. So when you are going for negotiation, you need to remember, and this important element of negotiation, that every party is believing that there will be an opportunity for its efforts while doing the negotiation, and with that opportunity, he or she is going to gain something out of that negotiation. Another fourth important element of the negotiation is the possibility of the agreement. The parties herein, what I mean to say is that the parties must believe that it is possible to reach to an agreement. In the absence of the possibility of agreement, there is no point to negotiate. So if you find before you go for negotiation and you find that there is no possibility of agreement, then don't waste your time in going for the negotiation with such party. So these are the four basic elements which one needs to understand, because it is a fact that negotiation is not something about give and take. It is something more than that. And because it is more than that, what is more than that? That you are trying to create an environment wherein you are trying to gain not only for substantial gain for yourself, but at the same time, you are trying to strengthen your social network. You are trying to strengthen your social capital. So because your objective is not only to get something substantial out of that negotiation, your objective is to strengthen your social capital, your social network. So apart from getting the substantial gain from that negotiation, you need to prepare yourself before you go for any negotiation or for any deal. And so while you prepare yourself for the negotiation, very important concept which comes here is for an entrepreneur is to understand is that as an entrepreneur, you need to understand the concept of BATNA, that is best alternative to a negotiated agreement. As an entrepreneur, while you're preparing yourself for any negotiation before a deal, you need to determine the best alternative to a negotiated agreement before you enter into any negotiation process. Why you need to know is that it helps you in determining the importance of that negotiation. As I said earlier, that when you prepare yourself, you look for whether there is any possibility of the agreement. If you find that yes, there is a possibility of the agreement, you go for it. If you find that there is no possibility of the agreement, you don't go for it. If you prepare yourself, while preparing, you are analyzing that how much strength you'll be strength you'll be providing to your social capital, how much good relations you'll be developing after this negotiation in your social network, how well you are going to position yourself in your social network after this particular negotiation or after this deal. You take the decision, and this beforehand preparation helps you in analyzing such things. So if you find that yes, this is going to give me a substantial, not only a substantial outcome of the deal, but at the same time it is also going to position my venture into my social network in a better position, yes, then I should go for it. And if I find that no, it is not going to put me in a better position after this particular deal is going to give me only a substantial outcome, but not a better position in my social network. It is going to weaken my social network. It is going to weaken my social capital. Then I should look for the alternative. Then I should also look for the alternate and should analyze what are the best alternatives I can have. And at the same time, it also helps you to reduce the unavoidable cost. And when you think about, when you analyze the situations, when you look for the other alternatives, it also helps you in determining what strategies you should adopt while you are going for the negotiation. So this best alternative negotiated agreement is another way of calling is that walkaway alternative. So you look for walkaway alternatives while analyzing, while you yourself is preparing before going for any deal. You look for whether this negotiation is worth continuing and will have established a bargaining floor or not. If you find that this is not worth continuing, it is not worth discussing or worth not going for that particular negotiation, then you must always look for the walkaway alternatives, or that is, in other words, you can say you must look for the best alternative to your negotiated agreement, right? So as an entrepreneur, we need to understand, we need to accept this fact that negotiation is not simply a process of give and take. Rather, it's a process wherein you are not only gaining a substantial outcome, but at the same time you are trying to position yourself in your social network, and you get the opportunity to increase your social capital, to strengthen your social capital. So as an entrepreneur, one must prepare himself or herself before going for any negotiation or deal. Now, as I mentioned earlier, that when we talk about the negotiation, there are three things, there are three situations which can come out after a negotiation. It can be a lose-win negotiation, it can be a lose-lose negotiation, or it can be a win-win negotiation. When we talk about lose-win negotiation, here one or more parties views the negotiation process as a zero-sum game. What I mean by zero-sum game, that in zero-sum negotiation, limited resources are assumed, and the goal is to obtain the control of those resources. See, for example, if I'm the owner of I'm the owner of the land, or I'm the owner of the building, or I'm the landlord for a space, and other person is coming to me for negotiating on for the office space from me. I'm in a position wherein I tried, because I know that I'm more powerful and this resource is exclusively with me. So I try to put a control over this negotiation. I try to put a control over this resource. So this is called zero-sum game. And this is this kind of negotiation, one party lose, another party win, means that another party who is going to win is, that means the party who is going to win means that the party is going to develop a control over the resource, which is who is going to share that resource or provide the resource to the entrepreneur, or vice versa. And the party who's losing doesn't mean that he is going to be a loser. That by saying the lose means that he's going to be a lower hand. He'll be having, or he or she will be having more dependence on the party who is going to control the resources. So lose-win negotiating can be considered, negotiation can be considered a kind of distributive negotiation. So here what you are doing is that the one party is distributing the scarce resources, distributing the resources which are in scarcity. And lose-win negotiations are very much common in organizational settings. So another important outcome of a negotiation process is the lose-lose negotiation. It is also a zero-sum game wherein tactics are involved, which often include a third party or a mediator or arbitrator. In this kind of negotiation, there are high levels of conflict and little direct or opportunistic interaction with amongst the parties. So what is happening here is that the when the two parties are trying to negotiate with each other, there is involvement of the third party who is acting as a mediator or who is acting as an arbitrator, and the two parties are not coming into direct contact with each other. The arbitrator who is working as a mediator between the two parties. So in this type of negotiation, both the parties are always in a lose-lose position. And common example of such kind of negotiation is that when the two parties have some disputes over the sharing of certain resources, and the two parties go out and file the suit in the court, and have that dispute, and that dispute goes into the court. So goes into the court, and therein the court take the decision about the situation, and both the parties are in a lose-lose position. Why lose-lose position? That they are not, either in actual terms they are not losing the resource, but they are losing the control over the resources, and the third party is having the control over the resources. So lose-lose negotiation should not be taken in a way that both the parties are losing the negotiation. It is that the third party is having the control over the resources, and the third party is now taking a decision of distributing that particular resource between the two parties. So this is again can be considered as a zero sum negotiation. The third outcome of the negotiation which can come up is the win-win negotiation. This is an optimistic view of the negotiation process, where both the parties in the negotiation involved are satisfied with the outcome and don't have a sense of loss. That means don't have a sense that they are losing the control over the negotiation. So both the parties are are satisfied and and feel that they have a control over the resources. So in any effective win-win negotiation, there are 3 steps which are accomplished. That in win-win negotiation, you build a foundation, you explore the possibilities for a solution, and you seek the agreement on such situations, on such solution. So it's a kind of a positive sum game, wherein both the negotiating parties create substantive and relationship value as a result of negotiation. So another important thing in win-win negotiation is that the action in each steps are guided by 5 general rules, which are the 5 C's of the negotiation. Number 1, concentrate on each side's interest. Number 2, create an appropriate climate. Number 3 is communicate clearly. Number 4, carry out a practical process. Number 5, consider each side's effectiveness. So when you are aiming to have this positive sum game or this win-win negotiation, you need to concentrate on these 5 C's of the negotiation. That is, you need to concentrate on each side's interest. As a negotiator, as a party, if you are able to understand your requirement as well, your interest, as well as at the same time you are able to appreciate the interest of the other party, you are going to be on a positive side. Number 2 is that both the parties must create an appropriate environment, must create appropriate platform to negotiate, to discuss the thing. Then both the parties must communicate clearly. If you're not communicating clearly your interest, if you're not communicating your requirements with each other clearly, there are very less chances that both the parties will be ending up in a win-win negotiation. And number 4 is number 3 is that you need to communicate clearly. Number 4 is that whatever process you adopt must be practical, must not to be successful. To be successful in achieving the win-win negotiation or win-win outcome of this negotiation, one must adopt the practical processes. Number 5, that both the parties must appreciate and must understand, must consider and must understand how much effective each party is for each other, and how it is going to impact the venture of each other. So these are the 5 C's which one needs to, as an entrepreneur, needs to understand to have a win-win negotiation outcome. So moving on further, after understanding all these concepts about the significance of negotiation, about understanding the outcomes of the negotiation, understanding the elements of the negotiation, now we need to understand, because we want to have positive outcomes of our negotiation, we want to be successful in our negotiation as an entrepreneur, we need to understand what all strategies we need to adopt. We need to adopt to have a desired outcome. So, and what are these 4? There are basic 4 strategies. Whatever kind of negotiation you are going to have, whatever, regardless of the context, regardless of the nature of the venture the entrepreneur has, there are 4 basic strategies which every entrepreneur must adopt. These are obtaining the substantial results. Number 2 is influencing the balance of power. Number 3 is promoting a constructive climate. Number 4 is obtaining procedural flexibility. When we talk about obtaining substantial results, here the parties focus their behavior on the substance or the content of what is being negotiated. When we are talking about influencing the balance of power, power is a factor. We need to understand that power is a factor in all negotiations. Parties that possess greater power, whatever its sources are always at an edge over the other party in the negotiation. So we need to understand this thing, and we need to analyze ourselves, that who is going to be, how we are going to prove ourselves as more powerful, or if we find that the party with whom we are going to negotiate is more powerful than us, then we need to develop a strategy, we need to develop a plan, we need to prepare ourselves so that we are able to balance that power of the other party, and we are not in a lose or zero sum position. So we need to make our plan accordingly. Another important strategy is that promoting a constructive climate, as I mentioned earlier, to have a win-win negotiation outcome, win-win outcome or positive sum outcome. We need to promote the climate, we need to provide the environment, we need to create the environment which is constructive. Because as I mentioned earlier, that because when we say that negotiation, when the negotiation words comes to our mind, there is always a thing that it comes to the mind that there is an undercurrent of conflict which characterizes the negotiation. So it's important to minimize the possibility of tension or tension between the parties. There is always one must always put efforts to minimize such situations. Parties must engage in a variety of behaviors, including listening to each other's perspective, acting in a professional manner, treating each other with respect, and having a sense of humor. So one needs to understand this fact and adopt this strategy, that while you are negotiating, you are creating an environment which is constructive and minimizes the undercurrent of conflict, which may be either perceived one or which may be a real one. Number 4 is that obtaining procedural flexibility. That it's to be successful, one must keep options open as long as possible. have the desirable outcome. Some tactics that can be used to enhance the procedural flexibility are dealing with several issues at once, so that give and take compromise can be used, putting alternative outcomes on the table, and use different negotiation tactics. And here one also must remember, as I said earlier, when I talked about preparing yourself before negotiation, here again the same concept comes in, that to have the flexibility, one must be prepared with the other alternatives one party or the other party can have, so that you do not end up with bitter experiences. So as an entrepreneur, negotiation is one of the very important skill, which one needs to learn, one needs to nurture, one needs to practice. So moving on further, I would like to talk about another important concept in negotiation, is the negotiation gambits. Why? Because to be successful, we always have a goal in our mind, and when we have certain goals in our mind, and we always want to achieve those goals. We want to pursue those goals. We want to achieve those goals. And that is for that we want a success in our negotiation. So when we say we want to be successful in our negotiation, we need to use the tactics. So the gambits should not be taken into a negative sense. Here the gambit means that you need to practice certain tactical move that a party makes during the negotiation to better its position. The thing is that after the negotiation, as an entrepreneur, one not only needs to have a substantial outcome of that negotiation, but at the same time, as an entrepreneur, one also wants to strengthen the social capital, one also wants to strengthen the social network, one also wants to strengthen the position in his or her social network. So you need to have certain tactical moves, and those tactical moves must be in a positive direction. It never means that while you are adopting certain negotiation gambits, you do deceiving or you do unethical behaviors. It doesn't mean that. It means that you try to better yourself, you try to position yourself in a better way, so that after the negotiation, both the parties not only have a substantial outcome of that negotiation, but both the parties are having better relations and better position in the social network. So we need to understand these, and to understand these, there are three concepts again in negotiation gambits. One is the opening gambit, second one is a bargaining gambit, third one is a closing gambit. When we start any negotiation, one or the other party must state its interest or basic position. So in opening gambit, what you are doing is that you are taking a move in a way that you are expressing your interest, you are expressing your position in a way, you are expressing your interest in a way that sets a platform or sets an environment wherein the negotiation goes into a constructive direction. Right. So, so your opening statements must be in a way that creates a facilitating environment, that creates a constructive environment. So, and you try with your opening statements, you try to avoid the conflict. Now, similarly in bargaining gambits, once the initial negotiation has started, and both the parties have articulated well their interest, their purposes, and have understood each other, they enter into the bargaining position. And there are two tools which are very much required in the bargaining, tools which are required or which are considered as the best move in the bargaining phase of the negotiation. And these are the conditions and the concessions. Concession is something what you give to the other party, and condition is what you get from the other party. So for creative deals, each concession constitutes a mini deal. So there are 5 generic bargaining gambits which are based on the conditions and concession concepts. These are: number 1 is refuse to make any concession until all demands are known. This is very important. During the bargaining, one must remember that do not accept the concession until all the demands of both the parties are well known to each other. Before, without knowing the demands of both the parties, one must not accept the concession. You must refuse for any concessions. Number 2 is negotiate the negotiations. Whatever is coming to there, whatever demands are coming there, try to articulate those demands well, understand those demands well, and put your position in a way that you are able to negotiate on those demands. Then condition any agreement on approval of a higher authority. So whenever condition is placed there in your negotiation, try to put that condition for approval from a higher authority. Put a hold onto there and leave it there, that if the other party puts a condition before giving you any concession, he or she or the other party puts a condition, do not give right approval to that particular condition immediately, because you need to buy a time for yourself to understand all the pros and cons of those conditions. So take a time for that, put a hold on to that, buy a time for yourself. Another 4th important thing is that never make a concession without asking one for in return. If you are giving a concession to to the other party, always remember that when you give the concession to other party, you also get the concession from the other party. Another thing is that when you are giving concession to another party, always put conditions to those concessions. So these are the things which one, as an entrepreneur, while you are doing the bargaining in your negotiation, you need to understand, you need to master these 2 tools of conditions and concession situation. Then comes the closing gambits. Once both the parties reaches to a position of a mutual agreement, then you need to close the negotiation. You are at a closing stage. So you are at a closing stage. When you come to the closing stage of any negotiation, it is a time wherein you need to understand that significant concessions are won or lost. So herein you need to develop the tactics, you need to practice a lot, you need to understand the fact that many significant concessions can be either lost or won at the closing stage of any negotiation. So to win a small concession from the other, one needs to develop a skill called nibbling or witting, wherein you put an effort to win even the small concession from the other. So you try to close the negotiation in a way that wherein you are trying to, in a way that you put the efforts to win even the small concession for yourself if you're giving concession to the other party. Another thing is that important tactic is that while you're closing the agreement, you must also explore the possibility if you can reframe the deal, reframe the deals so that you are able to position yourself better in your social network, and always on a positive note. So this was all about the negotiation and networking skill. So now moving on to the next part of our session, that was that is all about the delegation of authority and work efforts. So audience, I just need a break of just pause a few seconds because I'm having a sore throat. I'll just need to have a glass of water. Just give me an excuse for just few seconds. So when we talk about delegation of authority and work efforts, one of the most difficult transition for leaders to make is the shift from doing to leading. As a new manager, as an entrepreneur, as a new manager, you can get away with holding on to work. Peers and bosses may even admire your willingness to keep rolling up your sleeves to execute tactical assignments. But as your responsibilities become more complex, the difference between an effective leader and a supersized individual contributor with a leader's little is painfully evident. So in the short term, what I want to say is that in short term, you may have the stamina to get up earlier. You may have the stamina to stay later, and you may be able to outwork the demands you face. But the inverse equation of shrinking resources and increasing demands will eventually catch up to you. And at that point, how you involve others sets the ceiling of your leadership impact. This is a thing which everyone needs to understand, that in the beginning, in the young age, or in a position of the hierarchical ladder, in a lower position, when you are climbing up that hierarchical ladder and you are reaching to a leadership position, in the short term, reaching onto the leadership position, initially, you may have the stamina to get up earlier. You may have the stamina to outwork the demands you face. But with the passage of the time, with the increasing workload, eventually, when the resources are shrinking and you are not you're not training your team, or you're not involving your team, you'll end up into trouble, wherein you're not able to give out what you are expected to give out, or you'll not be able to gain much out of your efforts. So here comes the thing that the upper limit of what's possible will increase only when with each collaborator or with each team member you empower to contribute their best work to your shared priorities. So your power decreases with every initiative you unnecessarily hold on to. So this is the thing which we need to understand, the significance of delegation of authority. This is the reason that why we need to delegate the authority and work to our team members. If we are not able to increase potential, if we are not empowering our team members to contribute to their best, ultimately, as a leader, we are going to decrease our own power with every initiative we are taking, and because we have because our own potential is getting limited, so we are ending up in holding on to the initiatives which we are taking. So this is the reason that we need to delegate the authority. So while it may seem difficult, elevating your impact requires you to embrace an unavoidable leadership paradox. That means you need to be more essential and less involved. When you justify your hold on work, you are confusing being involved with being essential. But the two are not the same. Just as being busy and being productive are not necessarily equal. Your involvement is a mix of the opportunities, mandates, and choices you make regarding the work you do. How ancillary or essential you are to the success of that portfolio depends on how decisively and wisely you activate those around you. So it means that you need to understand that you need to shape the thoughts and ideas of your team members instead of dictating the plans. Seeing your own priorities and seeing your own priorities being met out effectively and efficiently by your teammates. So you need to delegate the authority, you need to delegate the work efforts to your team members, and you need to empower your team members with the authority so that they are able to make up to the level of your expectations. So when we say this thing that you as a leader, you need to empower your team members, you need to delegate the work, you need to delegate the authority to your team members. Sometimes it appears to be something like a common sense, but we usually tend to forget this. So we need to understand the significance of why we, as a leader, why as a manager, or as a boss, or as a leader, we need to delegate the power to our team members. We need to delegate the authority. We need to delegate the work to our team members. So there is a question before we move on further, because we are emphasizing on the concept, we are emphasizing on the significance of delegation of authority. There is a question which, as an entrepreneur, as a manager, as a leader, everyone must ask to him or herself that if you had to take an unexpected week of work, would your initiatives and priorities advance in your absence? Means, if you are, suppose if you come across a certain situation, you fall sick and you're not able to make up to the office, do you think that in your absence, your work in the office will continue? The things which you have, the processes which you have set in there, the work which you have set in there will continue or will be on hold if you're not present there? If answer to this question is no, or you are unsure, that means that you are more involved than essential. It means you are not delegating the authority. It means that you have not empowered your team members. It means that you have not trained your team members to carry on the work in your absence. And that is one of the reasons that many a times, as a leader, you may be a good person, but you fail. Or even the ventures also fail because you're not empowering your team members. You're not delegating the authority to your team members. You are and you are becoming a bottleneck to various processes. So one needs to understand that the significance and fact that to be successful, to be a successful leader, one needs to delegate the authority, one needs to delegate the work, one needs to empower the team members, one needs to train the team members in an effective way. And what are the ways you can delegate? Before you delegate any thing, any power, whatever approach or methodology you adopt for delegation of your authority or empowerment of your team members, there are 4 strategies. As a leader at all levels, one must remember, one must practice, one must one must remember, one must practice to be successful while you are delegating the authority. Number one is start with your reasons. Number two is inspire the commitment. Number three is engage at the right level. Number four, practicing saying yes, no, and yes if. What do we mean by start with your reasons? When people lack understanding about why something matters, how they fit into it, they are less likely to care. We need to understand this fact that when we are delegating any work to our team, we need to make them understand the significance of the effort being made by the team members in the success of that particular project or that particular work, how important they are to that particular project, how important their contribution is to that particular project. We need to make our team members realize this fact. But and if you give them context without what is at stake, how they fit into the big picture, and what's unique about the opportunity, then you increase personal relevance and the odds of follow through. Instead of giving just the business justification, make it a point to share your reasons. You can't motivate somebody to care when you can't express a reason why it matters to you. So this is essential step that sets the table for effective partnering. Otherwise, what is going to happen that you leave people to come to their own conclusions about what you are asking them to do and why. The risk of misalignment is highest during the first conversation. So make sure that you articulate your reasons from the start very clearly, very well, and make sure that whatever you are expecting from your team members, you are articulating them well, and you are also at the same time making them realize how important is their contribution to that success of that particular project or that particular work. So but adopt this strategy that you start with your reasons. Number two strategy, while you are delegating the authority and work to your team members, is that inspire their commitment. People get excited. This is a fact that people get excited about what's possible, but they commit only when they understand their role in making it happen, as I said earlier. Once you have defined the work, clarified the scope of their contribution, and ensured that it aligns with their capacity, carefully communicate any all additional expectations for complete understanding. This is very crucial when you have a precise outcome or methodology in mind. They can't read your mind. This is a fact one needs to understand. They can't read your mind. So if the finished product needs to be meticulous, be sure that you are equally clear-cut in your instructions. You are equally meticulous in your instructions to your team members. If you want your work to be, if you want the outcome of your work to be meticulous, you need to give the instructions also very meticulously. And if you are not giving that meticulous, don't expect your team members to give you a perfect output. So once clarity is established, another important thing is that once you have meticulously explained them what is expected, how it is to be done, what is expected out of that work, once you have clearly explained it, once this clarity is established, another important thing which you need to take into consideration is that confirm their interpretation, whether they have understood the thing what you are trying to, you have explained them. So confirm their interpretation either face-to-face or at least voice-to-voice to avoid and also must avoid email misinterpretations. Do not have a practice that you just do not follow the practice that you just mail what is expected. You are mailing to your subordinates or you are mailing to your team members that this is the thing to be done, and you just mail and forget it. No, don't do that. Don't practice that. If you're mailing something, then at the same time, you must also either discuss with your team members either face-to-face or over phone or voice-to-voice, and understand, confirm that whatever you are trying to communicate them, they are able to interpret what exactly you are trying to communicate them. So these are the things which must be taken care and must be practiced to to inspire the commitment of your team members. Third important strategy is that you engage at the right level. As I said earlier, that it is more important in delegation of authority, and for successful entrepreneur, it is, and for a successful leader, it is more important to be more essential than involved. Is that it's you need to engage at the right level. So it's essential to stay involved, but the degree of how much involvement you are having, that degree matters a lot. So you should maintain engagement levels sufficient for you to deliver the agreed upon mix of support and accountability. So you need to understand this concept, that this fact that there has to be a sufficient level of mix of support and accountability. It should not be like that you are giving complete support and you're not having any, and your team members are not having any accountability, or you are making them, or vice versa, you are making your team members accountable for everything, but you're not supporting your team members. So there has to be a mix. There has to be an optimal level of mix between the mix of support and accountability. So you should maintain your engagement levels at sufficient for you to deliver your agreed upon mix of support and accountability. However, when the mix is not right, there are risks. Too much involvement, and if you're too involved, you could consciously or inadvertently micromanage those around you. And too hands off, that means if you're completely withdrawing your support and keeping leaving everything into the hands of your team members, you are completely making them accountable. You could miss the critical moments where supportive comment or a vital piece of feedback would be essential. You will miss that point. So you need to pick your spot. Simply ask people what the right level is based on your style, on their style. So this is this not only clarifies the frequency of touch points you'll find your team members will find useful, but also it will give them autonomy in how the delegated work will move forward. So we need to understand the significance of that, the right mix of support and accountability. So you need to engage at the right level. Number 4 strategy is practicing saying yes, no, and yes or if. It is actually the art and science of being selective. Successful investors don't divert their money into every opportunity that comes their way. So we should be equally discerning with our time. Start by carefully assessing every demand that comes your way and align the ask with the highest valued contributions that you are most skilled at making. For those requests that draw on this talent, you say yes and carve out the time and attention to be intimately involved. But for those requests that don't align with your objectives, you say yes if and immediately identify other people to accomplish the goals through their direct involvement. You may still consult as a leader, you may still consult, you may still motivate, you may still lead, but you are essential as a catalyst only, not as a muscle doing the work yourself. So this approach is a kind of a negotiation in reducing your direct contribution or your direct involvement into the work. So so you need to practice yes or no or yes if, and even there may be certain situations where you must say no also while making the business case for your why your effort and attention will have a greater impact elsewhere. In a situation where you find that instead of putting your effort or time into a particular work is not going to give or is going to have a negative impact on another important aspect or another important work or a project, you must say no to that particular work and delegate that work to your team where that work is not suffering and the other work is also not suffering. So these are the things which these are the 4 strategies which I I always myself practice personally, and I always suggest others also to practice such strategies. So with this, I end up my session, and I'm open to the queries. Thank you.
Such a great session it is, absolutely, sir. Thank you very much. We were mesmerizing when we were just listening you, and almost like during your session you just picked up each and every point so specifically and so deliberately, like all the illustrations were very much clear. So I was having a number of questions in my mind, but at the next stage you just cleared it out with the taking the examples and the words over there. But even that, because it's our responsibility, the platform is absolutely open to interact our today's eminent speaker, and as well as the registrar of one of the biggest university of the Northern India, Tirthankar Mahavir University. So it's a great opportunity to each and everyone to interact with it. So directly, he's online available. Please. So anyone have any question right now? Yes, sir. There's a good question from the Navneet Kumar Vishnoi. What are some of your best rules for networking via social media? So wonderful question.
Best rules for negotiation is that you need to understand the 4 basic elements of negotiation. Number 1 is your interdependence. Number 2 is you need to understand the fact always exists an conflict, which can be either perceived one or then, and number 4 is possibility of agreement. Another important thing that before you go for negotiation, you must prepare yourself beforehand and must practice the best walkaway alternative.
So nice, sir. So nice. Wonderfully responded. Wonderfully. So anyone else? Yeah, directly you can unmute yourself and can just drop down your question. Because this is a very wonderful question. Directly ask for the his personal practice, what he's doing. So actually, yeah, he's a man of strategy. We understand that, and you are quite fortunate to ask directly a question. What is his strategy? Yes. Anyone else, please?
Good morning, sir. Basically, my question was related with the networking, not negotiation. Networking via social media.
Networking by social media.
Yeah, sir.
The rule there, the rules for social networking, social media, networking by social media, and you need to decide who is going to be your target market. Right? If your target market is a student, you see that students are more active on the social media channels like Facebook and Instagram. And if your target market is working executives, your target market is professionals, working professionals, then yes, it's LinkedIn and Twitter are the preferred channels for your networking.
Thank you very much, sir.
To decide what is your target market.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. So anyone else who would like to ask a question, please? Most welcome. So we understand that it's definitely a very elaborative session, and we have gone through a very wonderful session here and got almost questions solved over here during the session itself. So it's a great class for us. So when there was a question, immediately the answer. So thank you. But meanwhile, on the behalf of our today's eminent speaker, we at the Tirthankar Mahavir University is announcing that this is absolutely a good platform. If right now you don't have any question right now in your mind, so we are making you open to interact with us, drop down your question to us. Later on, we'll share the same question with our expert, and whatever the best responses will be there, we'll immediately share it to you. So transferring of idea and generating an idea and questions are never be stopped. So at this stage, I just welcome you again. Thank you. So I request to each and everyone, those which is possible for them, to kindly just switch on their cameras. Because it will be good for us to have a wonderful memory with our today's eminent speaker. So that shall be nice for us. Thank you. If you're possible for you, please kindly switch on your cameras. Thank you very much. Those are making this on. Yeah, thank you very much. We are just making this memory with us with today's Amani speaker and our beloved Registrar of Tirthankar Mahavir University. It's always good for us to have you, sir, and to interact with you, to talk to you. It's nice because not only you're just giving a wonderful things to it, but having a wonderful smile on your face that is encouraging us always, and that is giving a great motivation. How simply and smiley you are managing the things. I understand that it's definitely tough to manage this whole university. It's definitely a massive thing, but with your cute smile and, and the simplicity of the things you are just managing is wonderfully. Thank you very much. So now it's a time to say definitely a formal vote of thanks to our speaker, because he has already given a lot of time to us in spite of having a not well situation, but physically, but he is with us. So let me start with the, first of all, I'm extremely thankful for the DST observer, Dr. Naveen Vashishtha and Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra. So on the behalf of like a convener of this TEDP from this platform is live streamed and recorded one. I would like to congratulate Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra. He is right now the Vice Chancellor of the AKTU. So recently he has just taken 2 days before a charge of the AKTU. So I would like to congratulate you, sir, and thank you very much for being an observer of the DST and taking care of all these things and giving a good kind of suggestions to it to organize this one. I'm extremely thankful for the Honorable Chancellor, Sri Shresh Jain, sir. Like, sir, this is only, you are the person behind it. Your like colossal presence is always giving a great motivation to us. You are the man behind for developing the things, not only for your educational institute, but also for the society as well. So your vision, which is definitely to create a wonderful society, wonderful networking around the North India, is definitely we are trying to fulfill, and sooner will we be just definitely putting a good flagship that the world will know us. So we are working in the same direction. And extremely thankful for the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghuveer Singh ji, our administrator, and definitely he is having a great leadership. And this is again a part to announce that we have a second session from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghuveer Singh ji. So he shall be just giving and delivering a wonderful ideas, what the practices he is just doing, and how he is just motivating and developing a wonderful executions around it. So I'm extremely thankful for our TMU administration, our registrar, although he is our speaker. So, but before saying thanks to him as a speaker, it is more important to say thanks as a registrar or administrator of the Tirthankar Mahavir University, because we know that each and every paper we are processing outside the university is definitely going through his table, and how he is just making the things convenient to us is definitely very wonderful and good and kind support to us. So thank you very much for always supporting and giving a good guidance and creating a good networking. You are giving a lesson on a networking and a negotiation, but we know that how you are just managing in practice. I understand, sir. Thank you very much. I'm extremely thankful for Associate Dean Academics, Dr. Manjula Jain. She is also taking care and giving ideas what kind of things happening around the academics and how the academics can be improved. We are thankful for her also. I'm extremely thankful for our director, beloved director, Professor R.K. Dwivedi, sir. He is basically a man who says and giving an opportunity to us to do the work, because it is more important. If somebody is believing on you and giving a charge, you start, I'll definitely take care of the things. So, sir, thank you very much. You are the man behind each and everything which is happening in the Faculty of Engineering. So we are thankful for you. I'm extremely thankful for the core committee member, my co-convener, Dr. Gulista Khan. I'm sorry, there is a network glitch. I'm trying to reconnect. So those are working behind by taking all kind of a pains and making this day successful that we are running now, and having and this successful 18th day of this TEDP. So I'm thankful for the co-conveners team, core committee members are there. I'm extremely thankful for the working hard, especially Zarun Farooq ma'am. She is taking care.
I'm extremely sorry. There is a network glitch. So now
giving a great opportunity to work up here. So I'm extremely thankful for members like Ajay Chakravarti sir, who is giving a technical support and making this live streamed possible to be available at any time, at anywhere. This is absolutely great. Thanks to you. I'm thankful for the all the members who have started this journey, like taking care of all the moderation section. The moderators are extremely thankful. I'm thankful for the Zareen ma'am, proctorial board. Those are taking care of maintaining all kinds of discipline here. So it's a great thanks for each and every one. And I'm extremely thankful for the participants for just paying your wonderful time to us and trusting on us that definitely we are bringing up a wonderful sessions for you. So by these words, extremely thankful for today's eminent speaker. Sir, we definitely gone through and we definitely learned a lot of things from you. Like today's session was definitely so great. And we could be able to learn a lot of things related with the networking, negotiation, and what are the key strategies that you have just given to us. So ultimately, it's a great thanks to you. And we could be able to understand what kind of skills are important. And if we are looking for networking, the first, how many strategies are there? What is the objective behind that? We learned about that. What are the negotiation? We could be able to understand that what is the lose-win situation and the lose-lose situation, and we are looking for the win-win situation. So how it can be created. Similarly, we are looking for the delegation and the strategies behind the delegation. It's again the very wonderful. So we ultimately, if we talk about, this is a whole package, how the networking, delegation, and the other things can be possible. So with all these words, I'm extremely thankful. I'm extremely thankful for our today's eminent speaker, Dr. Aditya Sharma. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And thank you very much. And from this platform, I again announce that here at this platform, now we have a second session speaker. Our today's second session speaker is Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ravi Singh, sir. So he's just going to join us soon in a minute. So stay connected. We shall have again a very, very wonderful session. Thank you. So stay connected. So now as we are moving for the second session, so I request again to our co-coordinator who had definitely done a great job, coordinator, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Verma, and the co-coordinator, Mr. Shubin, who is taking care of the participants. So right now we are in a situation to really having a wonderful experiences with our eminent speakers. And the second session is going to be start. So I request Mr. Pradeep Kumar Verma, who is basically the coordinator of this TEDP. So kindly just ensure us that all the things are being settled down so that we can call up our Honorable Vice Chancellor.
Things are ready.
Yeah, thank you very much for just giving a confirmation. I request to co-convener of this TEDP, Dr. Garima Goswami, to kindly ensure us that things are very ready.
Yes, everything is ready.
Thank you. So I'm just getting a wonderful responses from our both coordinator and co-convener, and Gulista ma'am has already shared co-convener of this TEDP. And I request to our proctorial board members that kindly, I request to a co-convener and coordinators and the proctorial board members to kindly reignite the peoples to join and stay connected with us, because we are going to have a very, very wonderful session again, the second session. And I request all the convener and co-convener kindly keep putting in watch on the session. Once our eminent speaker and Honorable Vice Chancellor will join us, let us know. I request co-convener Dr. Gulista Khan ma'am to kindly coordinate with the Professor R.K. Dwivedi sir, Director FOECS, so that he may join And we'll definitely, after his joining, we'll definitely welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Meanwhile, at this platform and at the capacity of the convener of this TEDP, Technology-Based Entrepreneurship Development Program, I would like to welcome you again for the second session of this TEDP. We understand that it is definitely one of the wonderful platform and a great and a huge session we are running up and having a program started from the 20th of December to ending up the 1st of February with the valedictory function. And like all these things are really marvelous once you're looking for having a knowledge and understanding related with the entrepreneurial activity. So keeping all these things in mind, we are trying to putting all those sessions related with the field of the entrepreneurship. So until and unless you are having a wonderful idea of the each and every attribute of this TEDP event, one could not be really called as a skilled one. So the sheer objective, sheer motive, if we talk about, we have a multiple objective and multiple like we are looking for. So with all these objectives, we are running up this TEDP event, and we have a certain objective that peoples would definitely come up, will be called up as a skilled people, and those skilled people would be able to really run up a situation, run up a certain kind of a venture at their respective venues. And all these things will definitely going to help into their academic career, and as well as it will be good for the student as well. So those they are dealing up, they can give an idea. If suppose students are coming to you and the people in nearby region are coming to you and asking for a certain kind of a help, and you will feel that through this platform you have just created a certain network with an eminent speaker, so there is a good possibility that you just come up to us and directly will call up the speakers. Those are connected with us, there's a part of the TEDP, and they can help you in near future. So I welcome Director Professor R.K. Dwivedi sir has already joined to us, and we welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Gulista ma'am, for just informing us that our director sir has already been joined, and we are waiting to join our today's eminent speaker, and definitely the great one, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Raghbir Singh sir. So once he will join, we'll definitely start the session. So I request my core committee members to generally keep an eye on the list of participants or the lists of attendees. So we would be really able to, once our Honorable Vice Chancellor join us. So kindly let us inform through that. Meanwhile, at this platform, I again welcome all the participants, and I'm extremely thankful for the participants who are staying with us and staying connected with us, because we understand that how much important this program is, and exactly the motive behind the Ministry of Education, which has been just taking place, because the central government is taking care that if development of India is possible, that is only possible when we have entrepreneurial activities around. And academic institutions are one of the best places. These are one of the best venues where such kind of activities are possible. So developing peoples at the academic institution is basically objective of Ministry of Education. So Ministry of Education is governing MIC cell, basically MOEIC innovation cell. Under this innovation cell, they are looking to find out the possibilities, they are looking to find out the people, those come up and will be trained for this entrepreneurial activities programs. Once they become skilled, then only they would spread out information, that knowledge to their peer groups, and as well as they can just develop such kind of activities, such kind of cells at their respective venues, and at that places they can easily call up the ideas not only from their institution as well as the nearby surroundings itself. So if suppose we at the Tirthankar Mahavir University is working great in this direction to develop such kind of a culture, that we are not only teaching our student to get a job, we are also making our student eligible to run such kind of a venture that they would be able to provide a job. And under this we are only working to provide a great networking platform. We are able to provide such kind of a great venues, ventures, ideas, skills. So if you listen any of the speaker, you would be able to find out that how much important it is. If suppose I just take an example of the previous session. The previous session was completely based on networking. It was completely based on negotiation and the delegation. So if you have a certain, whether you are having entrepreneurial activities, you are trying to start a startup or not, what is important, how much important is the negotiation and the networking. So negotiation and the networking is always important, whether you are just only a simple academician or you are only itself a student. So by these words, I welcome to our today's eminent speaker, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghbir Singh sir has joined us. Sir, thank you very much and very warm good afternoon to you, sir.
Pleasure, Dr. Pankaj. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining. So now I request my co-convener, Dr. Garima Goswami, kindly proceed the session, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, a very good afternoon to all of you, all the participants, our eminent speaker, Professor Raghbir Singh, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I, Dr. Garima Goswami, HODEE department, and as a co-convener of this 36 days DST-sponsored TEDP program, I heartily welcome to all of you in this TEDP program. Welcome, sir, and I heartily welcome to our respected directors also in this TEDP program. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I have some words, some brief profile for the Vice Chancellor, sir, although it's not possible to express his brief profile in such a time, in such a short duration. So, but I have some words for you, sir, please. He is one of the first academic leader in India where a large multidisciplinary university, TMU, has successfully conceptualized, designed, developed, structured, and implemented the holistic education. The domains, that is cognitive, affective, and psychomotor skills, have been implemented using OBE and AOL through various educational frameworks and scientific tools and techniques culminated by 2 years massive efforts. Have 25 years of teaching and administrative experience at various universities, departments, and autonomous management institutes as director and HOD in institutes like Manipal University, Jaipur, BITS Pilani, Modi University, Lakshmangarh, BIT Misra, Jaipur, IILM Jaipur, ISTE New Delhi, UPES Gurgaon, JK Business School Gurgaon. Have hands-on experience on developing quality education ecosystem in HEIs, have conducted numerous MDPs for a number of corporates, houses on leadership, interpersonal skills, strategic roadmaps using BSc, using Fero B leadership grid, Thompson skill and MBTI, etc. Research areas of interest are turnaround and mergers, human resource, and education OBE. Have been conducting FDPs for last 12 years on areas like research methodology, case method teaching, innovative pedagogy, OBE, educational leadership, strategic orientation for educational institutions, etc. Sir is having a hands-on experience on developing roadmaps, strategic direction for universities and educational institutions using Balanced Scorecard, BSC. He refers to focus on 360-degree approach to institutional management. His process and systems driven approach to strategy execution assures desired results. He designs seamless approach that align vision with long-term strategic goals, roadmap, and execution. The KRAs and KPIs are designed to induce and monitor actual performance. His PMS designed for university system and large institutions is highly appreciable. He is an expert on accreditation process of NAC and NBA and developing innovation ecosystem. So by these words, I welcome you, sir, in this TEDP program. And now I request the coordinator of this TEDP, Mr. Pradeep Verma, sir, to please just on the video, just show us the video to show the various achievements of Faculty of Engineering and Computing Sciences during the year 2021. Pradeep Verma, sir. Can you listen me, Pradeep, sir? Please turn on the video.
Now we request our coordinator, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Verma, kindly start the video.
the
Thank you very
nation building by providing intellect talent possessing latest analytical design, practical and managerial skill. The college has been continuously moving ahead on the road of success and adding laurels to its reputation. The year 2021 is no exception to this. The year was undoubtedly an unprecedented year due to COVID-19 pandemic. Notwithstanding the testing time, the institute lingered committed to keep the momentum going on all the fronts while adhering to the safety precaution. Our students marked their footprints of success into all sectors, including government, private or public, to serve the nation in numerous capacities. The competent faculty members, along with the state-of-the-art infrastructure, in conjunction with value addition courses, international collaboration and internship program, evolved them as a two technocrats and entrepreneur. Our alumni have carved out a niche for themselves as assets to the organization they are associated with. This fact is reinforced by the zealous response that the college received even during this tough time of pandemic from the corporate world in the form of placement. The year brought proud moment for everyone associated when TMU received 12B status from UGC and became 5th private university to earn this status in UP. The year recorded a consistent improvement in the institute ranking. The college has been ranked on national level by CSR GHRDC, DataQuest, Digital Learning and second rank for IEEE Activity-Based Incentive Award 2021, 4-star performance rating for undertaking various activities prescribed by Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell. Faculty of Engineering got acknowledged as Promising Institute, whereas College of Computing Science and Information Technology as Performer Institute under technical category of ARIA ranking 2021. FOECS acted as a nodal center for Toykathon. Many other events added more glory to the prestige of the college. Notable among them are National Education Conclave, 2 weeks FDP, 4 weeks WEDP, 6 weeks TEDP, sponsored by Department of Science and Technology, 10th International Conference on System Modeling and Advancement in Research Trend, National Conference of Department of Civil Engineering and Mechanical Engineering, Department of Physics, Chemistry, Maths and Department of Humanities. Many cultural events, seminars, webinars, expert talks and convocations. The college expresses heartfelt gratitude towards Shri Suresh Jain Ji, Honorable Chancellor TMU for his blessings and sincere regards to Shri Manish Jain, Group Vice Chairman and Shri Akshat Jain, esteemed member TMU Board of Governance for their all-time guidance and encouragement. We would like to put in record sincere gratitude towards Professor Raghuveer Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Aditya Sharma, Registrar and Dr. Manjula Jain, Associate Dean for providing necessary support and motivation for every so often. Under the worthy guidance of Professor Dwivedi, the college has been soaring higher and touching the zenith of success. The efforts got acknowledged and brought in its trail Principal Excellence Award and Iconic Principal Award 2021. The college has a proud record of Wipro certified faculty members. Our student of BSc Maths became university winner in Brain Manthan 2021. The more we succeed, the more we want to succeed, and the more we find a way to succeed. Still, we have miles to go. Faculty of Engineering and Computing Sciences wishing you all a very happy and prosperous New Year 2022.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for showing us such a wonderful video. Now I request our respected director, sir, Professor R.K. Dwivedi, sir, to say a few words for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Garima. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely audible. And sir, I'm very thankful. We all are very thankful to you that in spite of being not physically well, you have joined us. Thank you so much, sir.
Not an issue. First of all, I would like to welcome our honorable and beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghuveer Singh, sir,
Thank you.
who is always.
Get well soon. Get well soon.
Thank you. Thanks for your good wishes. And I hope you saw with your kind guidance and support that FOE and CCSIT both have done pretty well in the year 2021. And we want some more support and guidance and assurance, in fact, that 2020.
That's why I'm here before you.
Yeah, 2022 would be better than 2021. Year 2021 was a super special year for TMU. In fact, the kind of achievements TMU have got under your visionary leadership, this is truly a special kind. The victories have been a lot of hard work and a lot of discipline, and this is the true fruit of this. We all have worked really, really hard as a team for last few years. And this journey has started from CBCS, PMS, ITW, and many more. And now the results have started coming. The work atmosphere at the moment is pretty good, although this pandemic is affecting. But you could see, in fact, two of your warrior is not well, but they are doing all the show. So in Muradabad, especially, if I say our achievements are pretty unique kind, like this conducting FDP, WEDP, and TEDP with the support of Dr. Gulista, Dr. Garima, Dr. Pankaj, Mr. Pradeep Verma, and all the team members. With the Toykathon as a coordinator, Mr. Pradeep Verma, Dr. Pankaj, they all have supported. Smart India Hackathon, winning 2 prizes together. That is a unique kind. Conducting 10 continuous series of Scopus Index conference, and where Dr. Saxena and all are supporting as a team. So we request that 2022, and on the behalf of my team, I assure that definitely we'll try our level best to have a better 2022. Thank you. With this, I would like to welcome you for today's session. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So could I start, Dr. Garima?
Sure, sir. Sure, please.
So I think give me the sharing rights. Yeah, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. It's absolutely visible.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with, the kind of institution which you all have witnessed through the video and the words of our dynamic principal. You could see the commitment of a person in spite of being down with COVID. He's here. That speaks volumes of a person's leadership. Appreciate this, and I'm sure his team would also follow it, because if you lead by example, you create more leaders in the team, and that's what the role of a leader is. And that's what you are today actually given me the topic, leadership. There are three parts of my topic: leadership, efficiency, and planning. So let me see how good justice I could do this to this particular topic. But congratulations to the entire team of Faculty of Engineering and CCSIT for having put together this particular program. And I could see the whole team smiling in spite of adverse circumstances through which we are passing. I know it must be, I think, 10th day for you to continue this program.
Sir, this is 18th day. 18th day, sir.
Oh my God.
Yes,
I
sir.
lost because I have not been there for so many days. So for me,
Sir, justice you have already made through your natural actions. Whenever you come to us with your butterfly smile and managing this massive university so nicely. So this is the actual gesture of leadership we are understanding here, sir.
Wonderful. 18 days continuously. You've
Yes,
been
sir.
managing it, and I have been seeing it. All kinds of experts who have been in this particular program, and I'm sure participant must have benefited immensely through these interactions.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. Thank you, every one of you, for inviting me. I would start with my first part of the topic, that is leadership. Okay, and try and see what it takes to become a leader, how a leader is different from normal people, how do we develop leadership, what are different roles of leaders, what are different types of leaders. You see, like if you see today, one topic which has most talked about, most written about, and also most confused is leadership. Go to the people, they won't give you the same definition for leadership. Go to the people, they won't have a same coverage in leadership. If 10 people are presenting about leadership, they'll talk 10 different things. So much of it is written, so much is talked about this topic called leadership, and still we are actually not in agreement. And that's the beauty of this particular topic. So let's see, what do I talk today about leadership, how it goes. As I said, most confused topic, 2,57,000 books have been written on the subject. And when we say leadership, it's all about inspiring, empowering, and enabling them to act willingly. Three important aspects: inspiring them, empowering them, and enabling them to act willingly. And that's a truly vast domain of leadership if you want to get all these three done. Leadership, it envisions a new future for an organization. It solves problems, existing problems of the organization. Inspires change, not charge, inspires change with the time. Because as times change, in people, organizations, systems, processes, culture, technology, everything has to change, and it then creates pathway for forward. How do we move in the future? That's basically all about leadership. There is need for leadership at every level. Leadership need not be at the top level, at the bottom level. So leadership is required. We require leadership in the room. We require leadership in administrative offices, because each of these levels, in fact, make an organization most loved, most effective and efficient organization. A leadership on top alone cannot make any change. It cannot bring any kind of changes if we don't have the same percolated down to the last line. Without leaders, and organizations would become anarchic. Whether it is a nation or an organization, it won't get a right direction. You could see the way, things happen in nations, like especially, Horn of Africa, if you heard about that term, Horn of Africa, those nations like Ethiopia, Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, all these nations are in deep trouble simply because of poor leadership. And then you must have seen over a period of time, large number of organizations have tumbled down simply because of the poor leadership. Nothing else. Because why I'm saying so is simple reason, because every organization, every nation faces the same situation, same problem. Then why some survive, others don't survive is because the one reason is the leadership within the organization. And when I say leadership, it is not about CEO of a company, not just about him. It's the entire chain of levels. entire, all levels, right to the last one. So has a CEO or a chairman of an organization been able to create more leadership during its time? If he has not been, then such organizations cannot sustain for long. Most nations either failed or succeeded due to poor or a good leadership. Either they failed because of poor leadership or they succeeded because of the good leadership. Gallup in 2013 produced a report that only 26 to 30% employees are engaged. And this poor percentage is because of the poor leadership. When I say employees are engaged, it means those employees who are willing to work, those employees who take responsibility themselves, they are called employees who are engaged. Employees who work for day-to-day reasons or for their salaries alone, okay, and they work for the purpose of keeping their job are called disengaged employees or poorly engaged employees. Where management and leadership starts, that means what is how leadership is different from management. What is that management do? Or in other terms, you could say managers and leaders. Are they same or they are different? Let's look at where does management stops and leadership begins. The role of a management is more about mechanical in nature. It's all about predicting the output, the sales, the future, controlling it, managing for the survival of what already exists. So you give a manager a job to perform, he would do everything possible to perform that task as it exists today. It focuses here and now. It talks more about year by year. So a manager would be more interested in performing or meeting his targets for the given financial year. He would be more interested in meeting the deadlines and putting out the fire. Whereas if you look at leadership, the realization of the future becomes more important for the leader. He would be more interested in what is likely to happen in the future. He imagines something which is unimaginable, right? Something which is you as ordinary people consider unachievable, and something which cannot be imagined by ordinary people. That's where the actually leader dares to stretch, and it's about giving results and realizing future. So not only he imagines the future, he assures that the future is realized. Skills of any a manager or a leader would definitely have a skills, but the levels of skills needed vary depending upon what level one works in an organization. These are the three most important skills if you look at: technical, people, and conceptual. As you grow higher in leadership position, the level of skills required will go on growing, or you need more as you keep coming down. That is from technical skills to conceptual skills. As a CEO of an organization, you need to have a greater conceptual skills. And of course, it's not that you don't need a technical skills, but when you compare the two, you need to have most of it conceptual skills, and then very good people skill and technical skills. Of course, how to do it is needed, but you'll find most of your time is spent either with the people or conceptualizing the future of your organization. But at an operational level, a manager needs to have maximum technical skills, that is ability to do, because its role is to get the job done. He is not supposed to conceptualize, or that means his role is not to conceptualize. Let me put it. It's not that he's not supposed to concept. He should, because if you want to grow as a leader in subsequent years, he should start developing that skills of conceptualization. leaders generally you'll find suffer from two most important icebergs. One is the iceberg of ignorance, and another is the iceberg of arrogance. There is a very thin line between arrogance and confidence. So we need to understand whether you have a confidence or you have an arrogance. What we are trying to say that large number of leaders fail to recognize what is the reason behind success. They fail to recognize what is that makes an organization great. What is that they have succeeded? And most of them, they have a tendency to credit themselves rather than people in the organization. You know, there is a term called leading from behind. Now, when it comes to leading from behind, a leader needs to give the credit to his subordinates, and he shouldn't be taking credits for anything good happening in the organization. So if he or she doesn't understand this aspect, it will be difficult to go on getting that success in an organization, what we call is continued success. Similarly, iceberg of arrogance, you know, as you start succeeding, you know, a web of arrogance starts developing around the person and he or she doesn't realize it. And this iceberg then becomes dangerous for one's continued role as a success. Very few leaders know why they are doing what they are doing. That's unable to find purpose or reason for being. Three most important things for any one of us, you know, if you want to have a long-term success in anything what we do. So if I'm a teacher or if I'm a vice chancellor of an organization, I should know why I am that. Why I'm a teacher. Am I a teacher because I want to earn my salary? I'm a teacher because that is what I can do. No, you got to look at beyond that. You look at, you are there to create the future of the nation. The moment you start thinking in that manner, the whole of your actions downward starts changing. Your whole of your thinking paradigm actually starts shifting. So let's find our why first and most important thing, you know, and then subsequently it'll be easier for us to implement that why, you know, what to do and how to do it. That will come. But if our why is wrong, then it's difficult for anyone to continue to succeed at that particular level for a long time. There's some of the reasons why, you know, leaders fail. Leaders fail to delegate. When I say delegate, that means you start doing the role of your subordinates. You start doing the job of your subordinate. Then most of your time goes into operational issues. You hardly left with a time to think, a time to conceptualize, a time to learn. Because as a leader, you got to continuously learn. You got to think more of, you need to conceptualize, you need to network. That's what the role of a leader. Role of a leader is not to, in fact, poke into the ways of a subordinate. To delegate means you're not leading leaders. Hence, it will be very difficult to sustain an organization for future times. Leaders fail to take ownership. So that means when you separate yourself from the organization, the way you deal with the organization, the way you take decisions would probably be dealing from the organization's benefit. So you have a tendency to make decisions which are more concerned to either to you for personal reasons or self reasons, or you are trying to benefit somebody else. There has been a large number of instances in Indian as well as foreign companies where decisions taken by the board or the board members have been considered not for the organization. Leaders fail to trust and monitor details. That means they stop trusting their subordinates. And if they trust too much, they don't monitor what's happening downward. So the two messages here is it's important to trust your subordinate, and at the same time, it's important to monitor. You need to decide what to monitor, how to monitor, when to monitor. Now, if you are monitoring everything closely, it's like you stop delegating things. You stop believing people. And if you let it go, then you won't know what's happening in your organization. So it's important to monitor as well as to trust your people. Leaders fail to envision and see the reality. If you can't see down the line 5 or 10 years how things are likely to shape, you will not be able to prepare yourself and your team or your organization to face that future reality. Hence, it's important for a leader to envision the future right here. Leaders fail to learn from others and act as a role model. Fail to learn from others. It could be from individual people, it could be from organization within the country, outside the country, within the organization. There's a lot of learning from within the subordinates. See, learning doesn't stop. You don't have to learn from something is your superior. You can learn from the bottommost person. Just imagine a vendor who sells vegetable in the streets. You got too much of learning from such people. They are highly disciplined. You will find them at a dot time coming and going around their chorus to earn for the day in and day out without fail. Now, that's kind of a discipline in organization. So you've got to learn. And he knows that unless he shouts at top of his voice, he will not be able to sell his vegetables. And he does it so dutifully in spite of all kinds of hurdles he might face. So do you know any leader who never ever faced adversity? All of us at some time, at some stage of our life, face adversity. That means something which would make us to fail in our attempts. A situation which is not favorable to us. All of us would face it. So if, someone, a good leader, if he or she has not faced adversity and succeeded all through his life, no, I may not call such person a good leader, because getting results is not necessarily a sign of a good leader. You might get a good leader, a good results, or you and me as a university could get good results because of good work of the past. People in the past have done a wonderful job, but they are no more here with us. So you are trying to reap the fruits of the past good work. That could be one reason why you succeeded. Second could be brand value created over time. Your brand value is so high in the market that success is almost guaranteed. The third one is you are in a monopolistic situation. That means there is nobody around else. So as a monopoly, you are selling. There's nothing, a great role by your leader to succeed. Similarly, you have a highly favorable environment. The demand in the market is so high. You've got nothing to do with that, your own work. And finally, there is a change in policy which is favoring you. Now, these could be some of those regions which have actually made you to succeed. In this case, there is no adversity which you are feeling. So actually, taste of the leader comes when he or she hits the rock, or he hits the iceberg, or he or she faces difficult times. How he or she steer his organization in those difficult times, it will be the test of one's leadership. I said that as leaders should have a strong strategic campus. What is this campus? There are 4 important aspects of that campus. First one is strong self-awareness. They should know who they are, what they can do or what they can't do. It's not just what they can. It is also important to know what I can't, what I have and what I don't have. So how do I make up with what I don't have? I need to be ready for that. Second, a passionate visionary, always look towards future. That means trying to see your organization 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line, not just year by year. Third one is great clarity of the purpose. There should not be any confusion into why you do what you do. As I said in the beginning, it's important to know your why. So if that why is important to you, why is recognized by your market, by your people important, you would never ever fail. And finally, the clear sense of direction. How are you going to go and where are you going to go? If these four important things are known to you, you have your path clear. If the path is clear, it'll be easier for you to travel on it. And you probably will be able to chart out your action plan to reach to your destination. So be who you say you are, whether people are watching you or not watching. That's the hallmark of a good leader. Irrespective of what people are watching you or not, do what you're supposed to do or be who you are. It's not that you change your what you call stance or your way of working depending upon who watches you. Let's not have a different rewarding and tolerating a bad employee. That's the worst aspect of any given leader. Rewarding or tolerating a bad employee by the leader devastates a team or other employees. No other action of a leader would devastate a team than rewarding a poor employee or tolerating such a poor employee. So as a leader, learn to deal with fairly and openly, always, every time, and with all people. Let's look at these 5 most important leadership styles. That means how leaders, in fact, deal with things and people in an organization and what they do. These 5 most important styles, I mean, there are a large number of them, but I'm going to concentrate on these 5 only. Transformational leadership. This is what most often people talk today. It's basically, you are trying to inspire your people and develop them, prepare them for future jobs, prepare them for future leadership roles. So it's basically an intellectual stimulation given to the people working with you. That is transformational. Changing them substantially so that they are made capable to lead in the future. That's transformational. So we are basically trying to say that, hey, what kind of learning environment your organization has created over a period of time? What kind of support system your organization have created to make people to learn continuously or change them inherently? How the organization supports in that case? Second one is a servant leadership. This is all about, you must have heard about Mahatma Gandhi quite a lot. He was the proponent of servant leader. He said, like, I'm the servant of the people. So in today's context, what you are trying to say that you are the servant of the organization or the people and you work like a trustee. You are not a boss anymore. You serve the people in the organization. You take care of their issues and problems. You solve their day-to-day work, personal related issues. You care a lot about them. You're very sensitive to their issues, and you try to, be in their shoes at times. That's called a servant leadership style. Situational leadership, that's more often talked about. That means your style should change depending upon the situation. Now, what exactly situation here means? Situation means what is the nature of the job which you are undertaking? What kind of people are under you? right? For example, if you have an organization which is more into production, or an organization which is more into creating softwares or doing research, so the situation is different. So the way you deal with people in a research organization and vis-a-vis the organization in production has to be different. So people, the nature of the work, the size and type of the organization, and the times, that is environment in which we are operating, is what is called a situation. And then your leadership should vary. Say, for example, if the time calls an urgent decision, you can't think of participative leadership style. Because to get into a participative leadership style, you need time. You need to debate, discuss, arrive at kind of a consensus. But the time doesn't permit you to do. So you got to have that a leader who takes decision on the spot. Third one is the charismatic leadership. This, of course, over a period of time has gone off the radar because personality influence on the followers doesn't act anymore now. So the charisma doesn't work anymore now. But still, if you look at, especially in politics, charisma over a period of time has worked. People coming from, cinema and movies, we have seen they even becoming the presidents of most powerful nations. So the charisma has worked in the past, but today's world has changed completely. So the influence is much lower than what it used to be. And finally, there is a transactional leadership. Transactional leadership is more about establishing, work relationship. Okay, you go to work, you have a clear chain of command through which the decision-making passes. You cannot bypass that chain of command. So that's more of a transactional. Okay, so each of these leadership style is needed by an individual in the day-to-day functionings. Depending upon the nature of the work or a task you have, you might need transactional. So there is nothing called a pure servant leader or a transformational leader or a transactional leader. It's a combination of these. So that's why I generally, prefer to have what you call situational leadership. Then you also have a shepherd leadership. You have a leading from the front, leading from the behind. All these leadership styles also. The shepherd leadership, as the word indicates, shepherding. That means keeping your entire flock ahead. That means all your people ahead and you staying back, letting them work, take decision as long as it's going good. And the day, you feel that something is going wrong, or there is a difficulty or a problem being faced, you come forward and solve the problem and stay back. When it comes to garner the rewards, you put your people ahead, you stay back. When it comes to putting your, going as a spokesperson of an organization, or, if it comes to, say, press releases, whose name should go, who should speak, let your people do that. You stay behind. So that's called shepherd leadership. So you will find that each of these styles have their own importance, and depending upon what the nature of the job, the time, and who it is, a combination of these shall help us to make an effective leadership to happen in organizations. 6 important domains of leadership pyramid, if you could look at, what are these? These are basically responsible, supportive, inspirational, personal, relational, and contextual. When I say contextual, community, because every organization operates in a community. It doesn't operate in isolation. So you got to look at who we are and how to work together with the community so that we don't face in problems. See, if you as an organization have been working with the community, even bad times, your community would support you. And that's where you would actually need the support of the community. Relational is all about showing the concerns and understanding of the people within your organization and outside the organization. And personal here means preparing yourself, learning always, right? And understanding self, who you are, is personal. And your supportive means providing the necessary resources, feedback, and of course, protecting your people. That's the initiative which you take. Inspirational, always looking for, visioning for your organization, making your people, to think about what they should, how they are likely to, get a better place in this world if the organization is working good. So that's inspirational. And finally, being a role model to the people. You are responsible for anything and everything that happens in the organization. Traits of an effective leader, what exactly he or she does in an organization. The first aspect is he always gives actionable feedback. What is not just a feedback, actionable feedback. That means the feedback which you give can be acted upon and things can be improved. And here, you as a leader, you need to have that ability and the skill even to share the negative feedback. Do not hesitate to share the negative feedback, because if it helps you, your organization and the individual, share it, but one should know how to share it. Shows consideration for team members as a human. That human face has to be there always. Resist the urge to micromanage. Don't interfere in day-to-day functioning of your subordinates. Don't micromanage. I remember one of the interviews given by Mr. Rajiv Bajaj of Bajaj Auto Limited. He says that he doesn't come to the office on a regular basis. Somebody asked why, as a managing director, why shouldn't you come to the office regularly? He said, if I had to come to the office, I have to find a job for myself. And when I find a job myself, I have to call people and disturb their day-to-day functioning. So most of the time, I'm more onto creating networks, more onto thinking, more onto visualizing, which I don't need somebody else. Because the day I'm in the office, I would start trying to do the work of my subordinate. That's micromanaging. Values each person's perspective, even when it's different from our own. That is a biggest problem of human being. There is hardly any open communication. The perspective of other, especially subordinates, is shot down moment that perspective comes. See, every topic, every happening and activity has a perspective. That means each individual thinks differently. And you never know which perspective might fit into your organization. So it's important to have that open communication and try to gain all perspective. That's the role of a leader. And then find the most suitable out of the whole perspective. So it's important to discuss, debate, and get as far as information as possible from downwards. Keep the team focused on results, irrespective of the adverse circumstances. When you put together your action plan for results, you will always find hiccups coming. There will be always bumpy road, difficult times. But assure that your team is focused on those results in spite of all those, adversity. shares relevant information from up the chain. Everyone who is engaged in your team should have the access to that relevant information, maybe through meetings or through whatever the communication means available within the organization. Always guide your team members, have a useful discussions, and think about their career development. Everyone who works with a leader would like to move up in the chain of command. And therefore, you got to assure him then what is the career path available to him. And communicating expectations clearly, that's the biggest problem. Communication. We communicate a lot, and in spite of that, we have a tendency to miscommunicate a lot. Demonstrates subject matter expertise, of course. As a leader, as I said earlier, you need to have technical skills, but you need. So when you have grown over the ranks, definitely you have gathered this technical expertise over a period of time. Characteristics of, usually look at today and say 20, 30 years back, the characteristics of the leaders have undergone a change. Humility was never talked about. Adaptability was not talked about. Gratitude, flexibility, self-care, altruism, visionary. These are those words, or these are those characteristics of the leaders have emerged in current time. Emotional intelligence over a period of time have started playing a massive role for a leader. That is, unless otherwise you understand yourself and understand others' emotions and ability to manage their emotions on the work, as a leader, you are less likely to succeed. How to build leaders? There's a lot of people say, "Theek hai, leadership to achhi baat hai, but bane kaise leader?" Look at a couple of things which would help us. First one is practice discipline. Now, what is the discipline? I don't have to tell. I don't have to discuss on this platform. Every one of us know what a discipline is. The day you break a discipline, you would yourself within know, yes, I have broken discipline today. Take on more responsibilities, more projects. So when a leader, in fact, discusses in your meetings a new project, a new action plan, a leader within would always come in the front. Don't wait for your boss to assign you a task. The day you start looking for that, because the boss has not assigned me a task, else I would have done. That means that's the time when you stop being a leader. A leader would, in fact, grab the opportunity. Because when you start taking more projects, it shows you that you take initiative, you take responsibility, you are prepared to learn more, you develop more skills. So a lot of things happen when you take and the way you execute a project brings you in the limelight of the top management. So whenever there is a next leadership position, only those people will be considered who have been doing these projects. The seniority won't play a role out there. If you have a leadership abilities and skills, show it through such projects. and learn to follow. We have in, say, platforms like we become followers. LinkedIn, we have followers, or and we follow somebody. I don't know what exactly you mean by following somebody. Are you closely reading, studying them, seeing their actions? Or you just want to show that I am following XYZ of the world? And when you say follow somebody, it means learning from them. Inspire others, even at the lowest level. Inspire your students, inspire your colleagues, inspire people from operations area or the staff area. Inspire for anything and everything. And you can only inspire when you communicate with them and get to know who they are and what they are doing. Inspiring a graduate staff member to do a postgraduate is a great job. Now that inspiration cannot come without feeling for them, without concern, showing concern for them. So that's where, EI starts happening in real sense. Keep learning different things, even if it doesn't belong to your domain. It will always add to you. So if you are an expert in communication, there's nothing wrong to learn social sciences. If I'm a computer expert, I would love to learn physics, electrical engineering, management, because it widens my perspective. I start looking at education from the perspective of solving problems. So your perspective changes. And when your perspective changes, you, in fact, start enlightening yourself. And above all, start learning to resolve conflicts. Start from your own home. Conflicts between husband, wife, brother and sister, between children, colleagues, and so on and so forth. So that ability has to be developed right from the place where we actually work. You don't get opportunity from outside the work. Everything what I've spoken to here relates to our own work. All of these we can practice to become a leader. You don't have to create anything. It exists. The situation exists among ourselves in day-to-day working. Focus of a leader. Look at, there are so many aspects of an organization or our functioning. Where do you actually have your focus? There are 4 important domains where a leader's focus needs to be. Are you focused on result, on vision, on relationship, or you are a centered leadership? So if you are focused only on results, you are a results leadership. That's your job, is getting things done. You are committed to get your job done through improving processes, taking initiative, completing a work, and you are a great achiever. So that's your preference. It doesn't mean you don't look at others. When we say, where is your focus? It doesn't mean that you don't have a focus other, but that is your prime focus. That is your preference area. So you are considered as a results leader. how much time, effort you put in on a specific aspect is how you are defined. The second one is visionary leadership. That means you always think about the future of your organization, future of your people. You always think about the possibilities in the environment. You have that far sight. You want to be that one of those pioneers, the first one to do things, and for which you read a lot, you learn a lot from others within the organization, outside the country. You attend a lot of conferences, you meet a lot of people, you work a lot. So your focus is on a vision. So more time and effort is spent on visioning the future of your organization. And the third type is relational leadership. It centers around developing relationships within the organization, in the community, in the government, in the industry, and so on and so forth. So you are a member of, your business organizations, associations. You are on certain positions. You interact a lot with the community. And the final one is centered leadership. You nurture your own self. You enhance your self-worth. Your strong personal values and integrity. So you more of self-centered, we call it. So you are thinking more about yourself. You say, okay, whatever might happen, I cannot tolerate this. This is the budget. You have to meet within the budget. We can't spend more for people's development or something else. I can't bring the new technology. I know it is needed, but it is not budgeted. So now, as a person, an individual, you fit yourself in which style you are. What is your personal preference, your focus, depending upon the time, effort, and money you spend on any of these things. This is leadership skill sets. Probably you must have come across all these, and there are many. There are more than 100 skill sets a leader should have. So I'm not going to go through this. Again, leadership score. It's authentic, ethical, confident, optimistic, flexible. Humility is one of the most important trait or characteristics which is emerging in modern leadership. Staying humble in spite of great achievement would help you to continue to achieve great. The day it goes into the head of an individual achiever, the fall is imminent. You could look around sports persons or the showman or others. On a first success, if they were able to digest and hold themselves and stay humble, they would continue their success, and they have continued. And all those who have lost that humbleness and over a period of time started giving it up for showmanship, probably have lost that. Yeah, this is important. The 5 levels of leadership. What are those 5 levels of this leadership? Level 1 is the position. Why? Because your power. People follow you because they have to follow simply because you have an XYZ designation. That's the first level. Permission. They follow because they want to follow. They find something in you. You as a leader becomes attractive to them because of some of your traits, some of your actions, some aspect of your personality. So therefore, they want to follow you. The production. People follow because what you have done for the organization. You got great results for the organization, hence they follow you. You brought out the organization from a dire situation and it helped everybody in the organization. Therefore, they follow you. People development. They follow you because they feel that you have done great for them. You have developed them, you have rewarded them, you have cared for them. And the last level is they follow you because who you are and what you represent. Maybe their value system, then maybe you're a great leader, what we call is an effective leader. And you could say it other way around also. The levels when you talk about, the first level is highly capable individual. Because that's the reason you have achieved a certain designation, a certain power. You are highly capable individual, maybe because of your skill sets. From there, you move what we call is a competent manager. Sorry, a contributing team member. You are an excellent team member. You get along with others easily. You care for the team. And you go out of way to help the team achieve certain results. That's the second way. Third position is you are a competent manager. You are able to get the results which are assigned to you. You are able to establish good relationship with other managers, other parts of the organization. Hence, you are able to get the results. And the final one is an effective leader, somebody who has all capabilities which have been mentioned before it, all other capabilities. So you are someone who are a individually highly capable, you are a great team member, a great competent manager, and you are a good leader. So you have the characteristics and abilities of all of them. That's why you are an effective leader. So how do you develop that? How do you want to become an effective leader? Or what we say, the pinnacle, the fifth level? Not much, 5-6 points, what I have in my mind. The first one is develop humility. The most sought after characteristics of modern times. Stay humble in all situations. Number one. Number two, ask for. A lot of people hesitate to ask for. And I've seen a lot of leaders hesitate to ask for a support or help, subordinates or from outside the organization. No, a good, confident leader would ask for a support wherever he lacks something. He will never hesitate. So be free and frank to ask for what you don't have, or ask for something which can help you to succeed. Next is take responsibility. Doesn't matter how small or an immense the responsibility is. If you are in a particular position, there is no denying the fact that you got to be responsible for certain results, for certain people, for certain activities and actions and certain assets in an organization. Then develop discipline. That is, stick to resolves. Most of us have the habit of taking resolutions on every new year, and how long we stick to it. That speaks volumes about us. So if you can't stick to those simple resolves, it will be difficult to stick to resolves which has multifaceted aspects in our organizations. And then find right people. Right people to help support or as your subordinates, and right people to guide you. Right people as your colleagues. And finally, lead them with passion. Show your energy in anything and everything you do. When you interact with people, when you speak, when you perform, that passion should flow through in every action of yours. This will help us to reach out to that level 5 leadership, the pinnacle. Many leaders, you will find they work tirelessly for hours and hours, and going into great details, they still fail. Why? Let's find out why do they fail. Now, reason one, they don't trust and they don't delegate. Good. One need to develop that ability to trust others. In such a vast organizations, if we don't trust, we would adversely impact our health and our mind. And then they forget to actually do their main role or perform their main role. And what is that main role? Creating more leaders in the organization. That is the biggest role of a leader, to create more leaders in the organization. And the third important thing is they in fact interfere in their subordinates. I was given an example of Bajaj Auto. Interfering, disturbing. And finally, they also perform the jobs of their subordinates. That is why they fail, in spite of working so hard, having all the abilities. Why many leaders fail in spite of the activate shared vision, have motivated employees also. They activate shared vision. Shared vision means not only they have a vision, they also have, agreed with their employees that that is how they are going to look at. All of them have a common vision. One of the reasons is they don't walk their talk. They say something and they work something else. Just give an example. A lot of leaders might say, hey, we really take care of our employees' development and their welfare. Fair enough, talk. Now, if you want to really know what actually they do, whether it is a lip service or reality, you need to look at their budget. How over a period of time they have budgeted employee development and their welfare. Is it diminishing? Is it constant? Or it is continuously on upward trend? Based upon that one item, you can get to know whether the management is walking their talk or a leader is walking their talk. Another way is look at how often do they discuss these two important items in their meetings. So a walk can be only talked depending upon what effort, money, and time is given to the talk. Otherwise, it will be just a glib talk. They don't create an enabling culture within the organization. They don't realize that you will be judged by your time, effort, and money you spend rather than your promises. No one cares for promises unless otherwise it fructifies through time, money, and effort put in by the leader. They don't see more, but try to do more. They don't say more, not see. That means leaders don't say more, they try to do more. And finally, they are always for their people. Why most powerful leaders tend to blame everyone else than themselves for their failure? This is a common practice across all spectrums, whether politics, business, social, or whatever we have. A leader is shielded from being shown as a failure. And that is the reason why leader continues to fail. There are examples in our Indian politics as well. You can analyze the Indian political spectrum and you'll get to know. So why it happens is because they are not courageous to accept what have actually failed and why it has failed. They are not self-aware. They don't know how they are impacting their followers, their actions, the way they speak. They are not doing right things, but they want to be right. There is a difference. Doing right things and want to be right. They are not trustworthy. People don't trust because they only make promises. There is hardly any results. They have poor integrity. And they actually do not know and appreciate the fact that trust, cooperation, and team spirit is not instructional. It is a feeling. It is not instructional. That means you can't ask somebody to trust you or cooperate you and develop a team spirit. It's a feeling. It would come its own, depending upon how the leader acts. They don't accept accountability for their actions. They start finding scapegoats. They are not original. They copy others, not realizing that others have a different question paper. So they may be making different answers. So please don't copy them. They have a poor perspective. That is, they don't have a broader perspective. And they are not aware that they are not great because of their power. Rather, they are great because of the ability of your followers, ability to empower them and develop them. So it will be difficult for any leader to sustain his leadership if he fails to do this. So finally, you could say, let's decide what to stick with and what to give up as a leader. Stick with the humility. That's the first thing I would like to recommend. Help you learn from everyone, every time, and everything. If you have a humility, you would always be ready to learn from others. In academics, we always have a problem. यार ये क्या बताएंगे मुझे? इनको क्या आता है? That's the biggest problem with us. So we stop learning. Always express gratitude. Now, if you have developed that ability, you will always find goodness in everyone. That will help you to actually conquer hate and anger of others. So never ever give up gratitude. Express gratitude to a colleague, to a friend, to your parents, to your family, everyone. When you express gratitude, in fact, you become lovable to them, and you will always have, anger and hate gone away from those people towards you. And such people always knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way, are those kind of great leaders. And finally say, leadership is not about me, it's all about others. It's about them. So you could say that the top performance could happen in short run because of the favorable factors which I actually indicated. But quality of a leadership would go on repeating such performances. I think I'm already on time. There are a couple of things which I don't know whether to continue with or not, but I'll just run a couple of things on systematic planning. Just give me 5 minutes more. There are 3 levels of planning: strategic planning, business planning, tactical or operational or functional planning. Strategic planning is all about the future time, where you want to take your organization. Business planning is all about how are you going to compete in the current context. So it's like something, if you develop an enterprise yourself, you would like to see your organization growing and say, okay, after 5 years or 10 years, this is where my organization would be. So how do I actually develop that roadmap for next 10 years? Strategic planning. Business planning is today, how I'm going to compete with these people today so that I reach to that future position. That's a business planning. It's all about competition. Because whatever you do in any given field, you will always have a competitors. And in order to succeed, you got to do much better than a competitor. When you say got to do much better, that means you have to create a more value for the customer. And value could be created with numerous aspects. It could be a price, it could be a services, it could be benefits, it could be ease of performing. So depending upon your organization's, the USP, you could create that value for your product. And that becomes your competitive plank based upon which you compete in the market space. And the third one is a tactical plan. That means whatever way you want to compete, now you have to develop an action plan, a tactical plan, functional plan for each of the functions. That means you need to have these plans ready. HR, how many people, what kind of people, when do you need those people? And where would you get those people? What kind of remuneration you would have to pay them? Marketing plan. How are you going to communicate your brand message? How are you going to popularize your brand? The finance. Where would you get the money? What kind of money would you need? What are the different sources of finance, and how are you going to tap those sources? What will be the cost of financing? Sales. Go to predict sales for next 5 years, annual, quarterly, and how your team, how large your team going to be? How are you going to organize your territories? And what are how are you going to reach to your customer? Is it your direct marketing or through certain channels? That strategy has to be in place. Production, how much to produce and what quality to produce. Whether you are going to develop your own, if you have a product, are you going to develop your own production lines, or you are going to do it contract manufacturing? So you'll find all of these are linked to each other. None of them is done in isolation. Production, you need people. So where would you get from HR? For production, you need money. Where would you get from finance? You have to coordinate with them. Production, what you could produce, but you have to sell it also. And you cannot sell unless otherwise there is a great value created in the mind of the customer. So marketing would need that. And finally, the quality policy, the quality strategy. how are you going to meet the expectations of the customer for your product? That's your quality planning. And finally, action plan. Everything what you have decided around these, you to develop that action plan. For each of those, you need to have a goal. Develop key result areas, that is outcomes for each of the goal. So that means your goals are now brought into KRAs. Then those KRAs, key result areas, has to be measured. So the KPIs, key performance indicators, how are you going to measure them? Are they going to be the units, or they're going to be in rupees? What kind of resources are needed for your action plan for a particular goal to achieve? Resources are in terms of money, resources in terms of people, skills, technology, premises. What are timelines for each of the KRA? Specify them. Who is responsible for what action? And finally, what exactly for that KRA needs to be done? That's an activity or an action. So specify them. You would have a better measure of your enterprise, and you are more likely to achieve what you may not achieve otherwise. And that's an advantage of having an action plan in place. So thank you, everyone. It's been great talking to you. I enjoyed
Sir,
presenting,
thanks.
but I don't know how far you have enjoyed. That's up to you. Thank you.
No, sir, it's definitely mesmerizing, and we were definitely stuck to listen as much as possible. You were asking only for the 5 minutes, and we were just waiting that till evening we are here to listen you, because yeah, it's so wonderful. We know that leadership is only a word and we see in you, but what kind of a typical attribute it has, really we got to know today itself. And how simply you do the things, definitely it's a mesmerizing for us, sir. Wonderful. So with your kind permission, if it is possible for us, so can I just make this session open for our participant for the questions if they have certain?
Yeah, sure. I already have one question. I like to reply this.
Yes,
the
sir.
question is from Tarang Jain.
Yes, sir.
It says, isn't it difficult to keep oneself calm in each and every situation? Tarang, it is easy to keep calm provided you understand the word called humility. So if you have that humbleness in you, people will not offend you. See, who gets offended? Someone who has lost humbleness. And if you follow to be humble, you are more likely to be calm. See, you must understand, it is not others who are actually offending. It's we who feel offended. So it's our response to that situation. So if you have learned that how to respond to a given situation, you will remain calm. If you have not learned to respond, but if you have learned over a period of time to, in fact, react, then it's not easy to stay calm. So there is a difference between reacting and responding. So learn to respond. And I say in a lot of occasions that you should not be actually guided, controlled. By others, means or decided by the other person. So if somebody wants to make angry, it is easy for them to do so because they know that you will react and they can make you angry. That somebody else. It becomes so easy to, in fact, irritate you to you know, and show your not true story. There's another question from Navneet. What is the most difficult part of being a leader? I don't think it's difficult. The day you learn this, you know, the day you start learning that you want to be a leader, everything starts happening easy. But if you don't start feeling like within, or you don't want to be a leader, well, then everything will become difficult. And because leadership is not a technology, let me put it that. This is more of you and me. Let me put it this way. It's not something which has to be, you know, descended from somewhere else. It has to come out from within. Yes, that awareness should exist. That you should know. I need to be humble. I need to care about my people. I need to take responsibility. I need to understand what I'm doing. So all these things are there, definitely. But this is all depends upon us, not somebody else. So I don't find anything difficult. The difficulty would come the day you feel it is difficult to deal with people. So yeah, it is difficult. If you say it is difficult to deal with different kind of people, large number of people are different, people have different aspirations, people have different demands. Yes, as long as there are human beings, all those things would exist. Accept that. The day you accept that there is a variety, there is always going to be a mismatch between what you expect and what they expect. So our role is to bring them together too. And meeting their expectations or moderating their expectations is your role. You can't say that, hey, you cannot have such expectations. No, that's not the right approach. You need to moderate, then let them moderate themselves, realize through information, realize through communication. So more you talk about all those things, you will find things get moderated over a period of time. So for that, humility is needed. So there is another question from Sudesh Ray. How to create a leader for further rather than follower? Future. How to create a leader for future rather than a follower? Yes. I think I have already discussed about it a little bit, but let me be very specific. If you want to create a leader, provide opportunities to your subordinates. Identify people who have not been, taking initiative. Get them, give them projects, give them challenging tasks. Develop them. I mean, that means provide them learning opportunity. Assign to the certain teams. So you'll find that leadership is more psychological than anything else. Let the person's behavior over a period of time be changed. You cannot have a leader, saying that, you become a leader tomorrow. No, it doesn't happen that way. Pradeep Kumar Verma is sharing that if one is fully engaged for betterment of the system, but found neglected at the end of the day, what should one do? Found neglected at the end of the day. Now, it's very difficult to engage for betterment. I don't know how to define this word because it's highly subjective. Engaged, I may be from my perspective. but am I engaged from the organization's perspective? I might spend 10 hours, but what am I showing? What kind of, vibes which go from me to my subordinates, to my superiors? Yes, it might happen once or twice. But then when you learn to bear that, you are developing an ability, it's called humility. You are developing an ability called patience. You never know, at times the organization wants to test your patience. And say you have done a wonderful job in a given year, an organization did not recognize you or didn't give you what you actually wanted. You know, an organization has in mind something big for you and trying to test your, one of the abilities called patience, whether you react to it or you respond to it. So if you react, you lost it.
So nice, sir. I hope so, sir. There would be a number of the question in the continuation. We understand that how much your time is precious for us. Meanwhile, if anybody else who have any question,
My time is not precious for me; it's precious for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank
It's
you.
all for you.
Thank you. So anyone else who wish to ask any question can type question or unmute himself. Me ask right now. Meanwhile, sir, I'm extremely thankful for you. Yesterday, I was just watching your one LinkedIn sharing, and that was directly related with the empathy. You shared one of the leadership needs empathy. It's a definitely wonderful, sir. I've seen number of times that that particular person, the lady was sharing, the particular person knows more about my husband rather than about the item he was selling out. So it's definitely the great. The empathy is a great thing, sir. So, yes, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Almost I know that I'm the convener of this TV, but even that I'm getting an opportunity to interact with you, so at least I must ask one question to you also. Please permit me.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, how much important transparent behavior is like for a leader? Because if suppose the leader is transparent, but their followers, then those are following a leader would definitely do not want a transparency. So it always a challenge for a leader to just maintain and sustain the transparency. So how it can be sustained and how it can be important?
Most important, transparency.
Yes, sir.
Most important. The leader has to be transparent. And if he's transparent, you will find things down below start happening that way. See, when you have these levels, anything which percolates from top, right? So whatever is there on top, in the funnel, we say no funnel. So whatever you put in the funnel, the same thing would come down. So if you put transparency on the top part of the funnel, the only transparency would come, but it might come in a low volume.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The amount may be low, but if you continuously keep putting transparency, you will find you will have a more and more transparency coming. So your funnel will also get used to that aspect.
Yes, sir.
So we normally say, no, what comes out is what is inside. So in an organization is a perfect replica or a reflection or a mirror of a leader. So whatever he does on the top, the same thing actually starts percolating down.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful answer for me.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So I hope so. We should say thanks to our eminent speaker and Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Tirthankar Mahavir University. So meanwhile, if you feel something is there in your mind and you're finding that some sort of the ideas you're learning up for the entrepreneurial development, your own personality development, the sir is the multi-dimensional personality. He's definitely having an idea and having a vast experience of specifically to develop a personality. So once you have a perfect personality, anything you're picking up like a project, he has said already in his session that if you're picking up any sort of the project, would definitely you would be doing a wonderful. So you all are invited at any stage of time. On the behalf of sir, I'm assuring you, if you put a questions to us, definitely forward to sir, and sir will definitely respond us nicely. Sir, one more question is here, if you allow us.
What precautions one has to take while developing leadership? No, it is developing all leadership or others' leadership.
As for own self or like for the other, you are just creating a leader or you are just becoming a leader?
Oneself.
Oneself.
So it comes to oneself. See, I think I probably must have mentioned to you also. There is certain what we call is a leadership trap. There are definitely some leadership trap. So you have to look at the first important thing is whether you are looking for a short-term gain or a long-term gain. You have to put in your mind. We always have the trap to go for a short-term gain. As it's a human tendency. So let's take an example. You'll normally there are CEOs, vice chancellors, or many other such leadership positions which are for a short period of time. 3 years, 5 years. Right? So they are more likely to do things, I observed in my real life, they are more likely to do things which actually bring them in limelight. They are more likely to undertake projects, activities, and actions which give quick results. For example, creating that learning environment within the organization or making people to develop is a long haul. It takes long time for the results to come. But bringing an efficiency or improvement or changing a technology and bringing some improvement, that is an immediate change. So is it that you want to be successful or you want the organization to be successful? So the trap is laid. If you want to be successful, in my mind, that's a trap for the leadership development because you are a self-centered leader. But if you want the organization to be successful, you are a true leader. We call it we already talked about transformational leader. So everything which you do for the self-enlightenment is a trap for the leader. He or she may not realize. It is not going to sustain. He might show in biodata as a successful leader, but someone who understands, I'll tell you, someone who understands what it takes to become a leader and what a leader is supposed to do would actually tear him apart in 5 minutes. I remember an interview of one foreign consultant. This guy wants to he asked a question from a leadership selection team. Say you are selecting a CEO. So you are a couple of people. He said, what do you ask a leader during that interaction? What do you ask him? Because he's such an experienced guy. What are you going to ask him? So simply, are you going to ask him what he did in the past? What are his past achievements? All that is there in the biodata. Are you going to ask him what is his future plan for the organization? He would put that future plan because he has been doing it in the past. What's so great? So that consultancy, which actually hires top leadership, this guy says that, no, we ask none of this. And we don't spend more than an hour with the CEO. What we actually ask him is, what are those problems they faced and what did they do with it? That's it, our question. What are their failures and what they did? And with this, everything is answered. His entire lot is assessed. If he has not faced problems or failures in an organization, that means he has an easy time, whatever reason. I think I spoke in one of my slide that you must have succeeded because the past work of somebody else. You must have succeeded because everything is favorable to you. I gave it to that. So that must have been a reason for your success or an achievement. But if you have not dealt with what happened to you, that's not an experience. Many times people, you come across and they say, hey, I have 15 years of HR experience in a factory, 20 years experience. I said, great. Tell me, how many strikes did you handle? None. Then what experience you had? If you're not handled a strike, employee strike in an organization, how many times did you had pay negotiations? No, we don't have to. Then what is the experience? So effective leader is one who has faced problems and dealt with that. He's an effective leader. He learns over a period of time. If you have not faced a problem, you have not learned anything.
So nice, sir. Face challenges and overcome to them. That is exactly a leader. Thank you, sir. Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, so beautifully you explained all the things. Thank you very much, sir. Now it is definitely time to say a vote of thanks, and at the capacity of the convener of this TEDP. So I definitely must go for the thanks to the DST observer, because under the mission of the Ministry of Education, MIC cell, the government of India is supporting us financially. So I must say thanks to the Ministry of Education, and especially NSTEDB, National Science and Entrepreneurship Technology Development Board, for offering us and providing a financial support to organize this one. My sincere thanks goes to the Honorable Chancellor Shri Suresh Jainji, because he is definitely providing all kind of facilities and the infrastructure support to organize such kind of a great event and a platform where we can ask help from the Ministry of Education regarding organizing these kind of activities. My sincere thanks goes to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghuveer Singh sir. Sir, you are definitely the first source. Because of that, we could be able to do that, because we know that every paper we are putting up to outside the university is just only because of your concern and the guidance we are having, where to go and how to go. This is exactly your first step of the leadership. And I must say thanks to you, sir. When I was just looking the complete schedule of the DST provided to me, so when I got this particular section of the leadership, so I could not be able to find anyone else who can be better suited here. So multiple, yeah, so you were not here multiple times. I was just trying to only approach you, say how can I just have this wonderful session just only by you. So I'm extremely thankful to accepting my request to you and giving you wonderful consent to us, sir. Thank you very much. And sir, during your session, absolutely, as I already told you, we could be able to understand actually what is a leader about and what are the multiple wings of the leadership. Like starting with the very simple word, you started with the ignorance and the arrogance, how much important these points are. What are the compass of the leadership? We have just given levels of the leadership, traits of the leadership, how the leadership can be built up. And the key mantra you have just given us, like if you become, so ask for. So our participants are highly energized with your word and the kind of a motivation you gave to us. And the people are keep on asking, even that we have more questions in the chat box too. And they are also trying to ask, but we are limiting this session right now. And whatever the questions we will have, we'll definitely share with you. So all these words are definitely, whether we are in a position or not, but at least there should be a one leader in each and every one. So whatever the task, whatever the assignment we are doing, project we are having, we will definitely go for the justice of it. This we know today, just after having your session, we each and everyone need to be a leader at your respective place and respective venue for a dedicated task you are doing for. Sir, with a folded hand, I'm extremely thankful for you for accepting our consent and giving a wonderful session. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And
thank you, dear, and all the best for the remaining part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'm extremely thankful for the Professor R.K. Dwivedi, Director of UNCS. Sir, thank you very much for just giving all kind of a consent and trusting on us to organize such kind of an event and giving all kind of a facilities and we are looking for. I'm extremely thankful for the co-convener, Dr. Garima Goswami, Dr. Gulista Khan, coordinator, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Verma, co-coordinator, Mr. Shubhendra Pratap Singh. Those are just giving a very wonderful support to me for organizing such a great event. I'm extremely thankful for all the core committee member, including Zareen ma'am, for just giving a wonderful support to us whenever it comes to the joining of the participation, personally meeting us and calling us. Extremely thankful for the Neha Anand madam, Indu madam, and Sonia Jayant madam. All are just taking care of all the moderator section, as well as whenever we required for the inaugural and the valedictory section, they are just taking care of managing each and everything behind the screen and definitely at the front side too. I'm extremely thankful for the technical support team. Those are working hard and giving us support to us for organizing such a great event and giving the facilities to us to provide a great connection to our eminent speakers and as well as to the participants. I'm extremely thankful for all those. And thankful for all the technical support team. I'm thankful for all the supporting staff of the Tirthankar Mahavir University. Those are taking care of us very nicely in cooperating us. And definitely a great thanks goes to the participant, because you are here only and you are interacting, you are putting your courageous to come up, and we understand that it's a tough situation now, it is becoming more tough, and you are still staying connected with us. So this is absolutely a thing which I must say with a folded hands, thanks to you, that you all are with us, and we pray that you all must stay safe. That's the most important part, and we shall complete this TDP on 1st of Feb 2022 with having all the faces so nicely and beautifully. None of them will be affected by this one. So with these words, I'm just closing up, ending up this session. I request that today's technical session moderator, Mr. Sunil Kumar, kindly post the quiz in the chat box so that the people would be able to fill up this quiz, and this meeting shall remain open for next 10 minutes. With these words, stay safe, stay healthy, do not stop your productivity. Whatever you're doing, definitely this is online mode, and online mode is a wonderful option that we are learning together, we are staying together, but we are safe enough. So making each and everyone very safe, and helping each other, making us productive, making us together. This is also a key mantras today. Thank you everyone for joining us. And now quiz is posted. This meeting remain open for next 10 more minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I request all the participants now, like this meeting is open for next 10 moments, so fill up your quiz, and then after I request